Or unmuted.
We're ready to go.
We're ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Virginia Harger. I'm the chair of the Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission. Today is Wednesday, December 11th, 2024, and the regular meeting of the commission being conducted in Shelton City Hall Auditorium and via Zoom is hereby called to order at 6:12 p.m. This meeting is also being carried live on YouTube. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll start off with the roll call of the commission. Please verbally indicate you are present when your name is called. Commissioner Kelly.
Present.
Commissioner Parkins.
Present.
Commissioner Cristiano.
Aye, you're present.
Commissioner Tiki is not going to be joining us until around 7 o'clock. Commissioner McGee, are you with us?
I am present.
Seated in place of Commissioner Tiki until his arrival. Also, Apple.
Present.
Okay, myself, Commissioner Harger, Ms. Castro, our Assistant Administrator,
Present.
Attorney Francis Teodoso, our Corporation Counsel,
I am here.
Ms. Renassos, our Recording Secretary,
Present.
Ms. Charbonneau, our Stenographer.
Present.
A couple of points before continuing with today's agenda. Ms. Castro will act as the Zoom meeting host, while commissioners will be able to make comments throughout the meeting. I ask that you please identify yourself and wait to be recognized before speaking to make sure we are not all speaking over each other and to make sure our recording secretary is clear as to who is speaking. Our first agenda item is an executive session to discuss pending legal matters. Is there a motion to go into executive session and inviting Attorney Teodoso, Ms. Castro, Ms. Bazzano, and Attorney McCoy when he arrives to attend?
So moved.
There's a motion from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
No.
Commissioner Parkins seconded. So on the motion to go into executive session with additional personnel from staff, Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins, Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Diano.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, and the chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. The commission will be
Adding the name of each person to the people not present.
okay. For those that are not present, there is a link that is just sent to you. So look for that
And close out of
and
and
close out.
close out of this meeting.
Yeah, close the link that you are on now and relink yourself. Okay, so we will be moving ourselves to room 104.
All right,
We're good to go?
we are back, sound, we're good.
Okay. All right, is there a motion to come out of executive session with the notation that no votes were taken?
So moved.
There's a motion from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Commissioner Cristiano.
Thank you. So on the motion, Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Amato,
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano, Commissioner McGee sitting in for Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. All right, so we're moving on to the rest of our agenda, and the first section is our applications for certificate of zoning compliance. I understand from Commissioner Amato that the zoning subcommittee met to review each of the 3 sign applications. Commissioner Amato, what's the recommendation of the sign committee for the first one, Dominican Styles
Pulling them up.
Beauty
No.
Salon?
Oh,
I didn't put it up.
no, okay. We were not in favor of that sign, and they're going back to the drawing board, and they're gonna resubmit in January.
Okay, so is there a motion to table?
You can close
Just-
that application. They're gonna start a new
Oh,
Well, deny without prejudice then. Okay, so is there a motion to deny without prejudice?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. And is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, so on the motion to deny application, sign application 2441 without prejudice. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show that the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining.
I'm
Commissioner,
adding engine.
okay. Commissioner Tiki, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so Commissioner McGee, we're putting you back. We're unseating you. Commissioner Tiki, you are now seated for the rest of the meeting. Commissioner, and so that is at 8:12 PM. So Commissioner Mata, what's the recommendation of the zoning subcommittee for Church of the Good Shepherd, 186 Quorum Avenue?
We did not approve what they originally submitted, and I guess they've come back. It's gonna be very similar to what you see, which is their current sign. They had a much bigger
Right.
sign, more of a billboard almost.
Are there still gonna be 2 signs?
No,
No,
so on
it's
this location, they're replacing the existing sign,
Okay,
and this is the design. They took into account everything the subcommittee recommended. There was a message area so that they could put times. This is now going to be those removable panels with just the time. So exactly
Okay.
as requested by the subcommittee.
Good.
All right, so that is the revised.
Yeah, so no more on a pole, it's just gonna go in this exact location where it currently is.
Just a single sign
Mhm.
with that new design.
Okay. So is there a motion on the second sign application, the revised 12442?
I'll make a motion to approve the revised sign.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the revised sign from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Amato is seconding. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show that the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. The third sign is for Kickback Cafe and Lounge. Kickstart Cafe is on the corner of Howe Avenue and
This is the
Side
former
Street.
Bridges, it's the
Yes.
former Bridges
Mhm.
location, and
Yes.
the sign is the same size,
Right.
basically.
But this is an expansion. That particular company is
Right, right.
expanding and they're modifying their name for this location to be Kickback.
Yeah.
So, but it's the same owner. So, yeah, this is in the Conti building.
Yes,
Mhm.
Okay, so what was the recommendation?
so we had no problem with that, with their sign proposal, recommend approval.
Okay, any questions for Commissioner Amato from the rest of the commission? Okay, all right, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion, Commissioner Cristiano.
Okay, motion to approve Sign application 2443
I'll second it.
from Commissioner Cristiano, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
For those virtual, are you speaking up? I couldn't quite hear.
Yes, I have been. speaking up.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show that the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Next is an application for a commercial business. Roaring Boar, 509 to 517 Howe Avenue for business occupancy. Is the applicant present?
I do not see the applicant and he's not online.
Okay.
I can,
Was he aware that this was on the agenda tonight?
I can.
Yeah, why don't we move to the next one and see if in the meantime you can get in touch with him? Do you have a way of getting in touch with him? Otherwise, we'll have to table to January.
I think we might.
Let's just table it.
Okay. All right, so is there a motion to table ZBO 24-137 Roaring Boar for a business occupancy?
I'll make that motion to table.
Okay, motion to table from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
Commissioner Parkinson, second.
Okay, so on the motion to table, the ZBO 24-137, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Next is an application from Paolo Mancuso, 7 Redfern Ridge for an accessory dwelling unit. Is the applicant present? Come on up, sir.
The microphone or?
Yeah, right here. Have a seat here. Pull that mic over. There you go. Very good. Okay, so identify yourself for the record, first of all.
My name is Paolo Mancuso.
Okay, and your address.
Push the
Yes.
button down with it.
My name is Paolo
No,
Mancuso.
it has to be up.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
you
just
can
get a little,
closer.
pull the mic, you can move those papers
There you
out of the
go.
way. Okay. All right, so, and your address?
It's 7 Redfern Ridge.
Okay, so, what do you want to tell us about the
Uh,
application?
We're looking to put an addition for my mother-in-law to live with us.
Mm-hmm,
We'll be having a connecting hallway from our main house into
Mhm.
the ADU that will be built. And it will be a heated, insulated hallway that will be connecting, free
Mhm.
flowing from our main dining room area into the area that she will be living in.
okay. Mr. Mancuso, did you look at the regulations or was it brought to your attention? Section 45.6.1 says the accessory dwelling unit shall be incorporated either completely within an existing principal single-family dwelling or added to said principal dwelling or added to or constructed with said principal dwelling unit, provided that both dwelling units shall be attached by a common wall, floor, or ceiling, and not simply connected by an attached porch or breezeway. An attached garage structure meeting the above criteria and when converted to an accessory dwelling unit is considered to be incorporated within the dwelling. So, breezeway,
Well, it's technically a hallway because it's going to be all open. A breezeway in my eyes, and as
Mhm.
well as our architect said, it will be something that is enclosed
mhm,
and typically is not heated
mhm,
and has a door on both sides,
right.
where this is going to be all open flowing.
Yeah, I think the argument is
No comment.
justified, but there is no common wall. And if you were to look up the definition of a breezeway and look for synonyms, hallway and other words come up.
So what is considered a common wall? That is just a shared wall?
Yeah,
Ron, jump in.
Sure. Mr. Bai, identify yourself for the record, please.
Do we have a one-out room?
Ron Byers, zoning enforcement officer, city of Shelton.
Mr. Bai, hold on for a minute. We're scrolling up to look at other pages in
Yep.
the application. Commissioner Kelly, I have some hard copies
Yeah,
here.
I have it here.
Yeah.
I see it. here.
Right. So we have the main house the hallway. And it's shown on A101, A102, A103. Those show the hallway breezeway and on A300,
What is there now?
nothing.
Is there a breezeway there now?
No,
That's
nothing,
not enclosed.
nothing at all. We have a gazebo where the ADU would be placed, and we have our
So-
outdoor kitchen out there.
So the ADU is gonna be built.
Correct.
All new construction.
Is there a reason why architecturally, why you have to have the
Grab the
hallway?
microphone. on
Well,
that.
the main
No,
reason,
the other one. Yeah. Flip that one around. No. I'm not talking to me.
the main reason is my mother-in-law, she's 78 years old. So obviously we want her to have easy access to get into
No,
the
but
main
why
house.
the distance?
Because we have an outdoor kitchen outside that's presently there. So we would have to have an extended hallway for that to work.
This area right is where the outdoor is. So
So that's
there
the
was
only
in
way.
pretty much the space, this property that this addition would fit. And if Ron could chime in with the application.
Yeah, before you do so, Ms. Castro, how about sheet A001? That is an artist rendering. That shows, definitely shows, because there's a grill that shows the outdoor kitchen. That's about 4 pages down. So there you
Yeah.
can see where the kitchen is.
And then we have visuals of. Brendan.
Mhm. All right, Mr. Byatt, what do you want to share with us?
Well, in vetting this out, I interpreted this as a hallway, and I interpreted this as, you can name it a hallway, a corridor. I wouldn't consider it a breezeway, because when I looked at this, breezeways are generally open air, kind of covered walkways that connect two buildings, but this hallway is enclosed. Not only is it enclosed, it's insulated, heated, and it free flows into the ADU as part of the ADU. There is no door that separates this corridor / hallway to the ADU. So I interpreted it as part of the ADU, with has its own separate entrance out of the rear, and it connects to the principal structure. So that's how I interpreted it when I vet this. And we do the best we can, Alexandria and myself, to do the best interest of the city of Shelton. But I interpreted this as a hallway, because breezeways to me are more like, if I had to give you an analogy how I see it, it would be like considering a garage versus a carport. I consider breezeways like carports, and hallways, the garage is just more like a hallway. So it's more like an actual part of the actual structure. Although it connects, it doesn't act like a breezeway. Breezeways and porches to me are open aired and drafty. This is an actual fully insulated, isolated, connected unit that free flows into the ADU.
Well, seeing that there are 5 windows on sheet A200, are we going to require that the applicant not ever open them?
What? What are you talking about?
There are windows on both sides of the hallway. If the
So-
breezeway is supposed to be open, and this is a hallway, and they want to open them, does that now change it into a breezeway? And now it's
If
not.
they open, wouldn't change the
No.
house into a.
No,
There's
that
still-
People can
section,
open
that
their
corridor.
windows.
There's still walls.
I want to add that the applicant was coming in and their interpretation of was not originally that this was an accessory dwelling unit, it was more of an addition, but because it has a kitchen, that's a separate, we would call that an accessory dwelling unit. If they took out the kitchen and requested the addition, that would be permitted the same way it's presented.
We've had in-laws that have had their own kitchens.
Yeah, but when they came in, it wasn't the to call it an ADU, it was calling it an addition. So because we know that the kitchen was in there, that's where we said, no, this is an ADU, we have to put it in front of our commission, but if they took the kitchen out and just made an additional space, it's within the setbacks, the way it's designed currently.
Right, but if they put the kitchen in, it doesn't meet our regulations for an ADU. But it may soon as we start to, rethink our ADU regulations, but right now, it has to have a shared wall. It wasn't just a couple years ago that we denied someone with an enclosed breezeway connecting their house to a garage, and they wanted to convert the garage to an ADU, and we denied it.
I think
If I may, did that breezeway, Commissioner Parkins, did that have heat and insulation like this does?
Yes, it was heated. If I recall correctly, it was heated.
Okay, Commissioner Amato had some comments?
seems like this is now part of the house, the hallway, because there's
Correct.
it's just part of the house. And I see what you're saying about, because, I mean, you don't allow two kitchens in a single family house. So, and it is for the mother-in-law. I think that our regulations about this have been very strict in order to protect the integrity of single family house appearance. And I don't think this defies that. I think it looks.
But it could easily be turned into an
A rental.
apartment,
Well, it is gonna be an apartment.
right?
And we looked
For the
at
For a
mother-in-law.
for a family member,
Right.
right?
we looked at that too, and this is not an area of this specific home that you would want to rent that out to Joe Schmo.
But it may not
This is-
always be owned by this particular family.
I
Well,
have
that's the
no,
problem
I
with
have
all
no
of our-
issue with what they're trying to do. I think it's great for people to invite their parents in,
Mhm.
especially as they get older. I have no issue with it. I'm just concerned that it doesn't meet the regulations.
Mhm.
Well, can I add, if the applicants gets rid of the windows, would that be suffice as a condition of approval to gain? Because then it wouldn't have, then it would be totally encapsulated.
Yeah, but it might impact the design, the architectural design of the house.
Oh, definitely would. Yeah. The according to section 45.6, an accessory dwelling unit is a dwelling unit that is accessory and subordinate to a single detached dwelling for one family. Such accessory dwelling unit constitutes an additional use for which an application for certificate of zoning compliance and a certificate of zoning compliance is required. So,
But it
Commissioner
requires a
Archer.
common wall. Where is the common wall?
It's the hall.
It's not
is
the hallway.
common.
It's
it's not a
not a
common
wall.
hall.
A hallway is a connector. It's not a common wall.
I think
But
it's.
being that being that this has no door at the end of the, whatever you want to call it, corridor, breezeway, hallway, this free flows from the main house directly to the ADU. There is no door, as you can see. And
So the common wall would be at the door, at the opening, right?
right, correct. The common wall would be at the opening to that adjoins the ADU to the main house. That's a common wall to me. It connects, whether it connects through a hallway or not. There is no door that separates the ADU from the house. From the hallway, this is one continuous structure that isn't the hallway itself is just an artery. It's, to me, it's just an artery.
Why are we saying there shouldn't be a kitchen?
No,
If
it
it
says
was
here,
just an addition, it would not be.
45.6.2.
There's supposed to be a kitchen.
The accessory
Right.
dwelling unit shall be provided with a kitchen, a complete
Yeah.
bathroom,
Doesn't make sense without a kitchen.
right,
No, it doesn't.
and a
That's
separate
why I thought
outside
We were
door.
saying it wasn't supposed to have a kitchen for some reason.
Mhm.
The other part of the original, our current regulation is to have a common entry into the ADU so that it would not be attracted to a non-family rental situation.
Would that,
But
And
it
I
has a
think this-
separate entrance in fact.
Mhm.
But I'm saying that the requirement of having some kind of direct
Two
access
egresses.
from the house
egresses,
into the
right?
ADU, I think is intended to make those ADUs not attractive for a homeowner to rent
To
to a
rent out,
stranger.
right?
Right, and we thought that
And-
flowed freely into, we scrutinized these
Yeah.
applications.
That would be the
I-
second
I
Does,
don't, I
exit.
don't have a problem with it.
does the point, so let's say that this new structure is oddly shaped with a hallway. And at the end of the hallway, the common wall that attaches to the existing structure is the shared wall.
Yeah,
Correct.
right.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, yeah.
That's how I interpreted it. Excuse me, but that's,
Common wall, it is the wall that is now newly constructed at the end of the hallway.
correct.
If you think about it, there's no wall at that doorway, right? It's a wall here, a wall here, a house here, a house here. Where is the shared wall?
At the end of
It's
the
a-
hallway,
At the end of the hallway.
What is the wall?
where the hallway is connecting to the,
Look at
Existing
A100, if
structure.
you can't put up A100.
I died,
I see.
What?
my computer died.
where the hallway
Okay.
connects to the existing structure.
I completely-
I have other renderings that our architect provided us, if you
I
want to
have the
see.
complete set. Is that what you're
That was the
referring
perfect
to?
set, but there's another one that they presented to us when they drew up the plans that have, exactly how it's gonna look.
Mhm.
Are you aware of the condition that ADUs require you to certify that there's a family member? living?
Absolutely, we're gonna have a sign affidavit and so
Mhm.
forth, correct. And the main reason we're doing this is my mother-in-law's vegan, and she has tons of equipment for her process to prepare foods, and we need a separate kitchen for that, and this would be the most
Don't
ideal
want to
thing
make
to
her
do.
go outside to cook, huh?
Not at all.
In the snow.
What page were you asking for?
A100. Had you
I
considered,
think the breezeway, I'm sorry, I think the breezeway would be that essentially the existing structure stops. There's a break, and
Mhm,
then the new structure starts,
mhm.
where this doesn't have that. I see the point,
Yeah, this is just.
our
an
CEO
enclosed
is
Here it is up
saying
there.
that the end of the hallway becomes
Yeah, there, if you look at it, there's
Yeah.
no real shared wall there.
but the end of the hallway essentially is the shared wall.
Mhm.
I think that's a stretch. Look, did you see it there?
No,
Yeah.
Oh, you can see it over there. Okay.
the end of the hallway is essentially the shared wall.
It is.
Be it, there's a,
That is not how an in-law
Well,
needs to be set up. It
it's
is,
not-
the sheer wall is
And that's why
one
the
on one side, one
regulations
on the
say
other
that
side.
the
Yeah, but-
breezeway to a garage is not considered a common wall.
no,
This
but
is
it
just-
doesn't,
This is a fancy breezeway.
but it may be, but it doesn't say how
No, it's
big or
not.
small that wall has to be.
You know, I
There's a wall,
I
Can we
don't,
take a
I
vote?
don't have any issue with this. You know what? If the CEO thinks it meets the regulations,
Had you considered taking out the outdoor kitchen and
No.
relocating it?
No, we have a big family that we barbecue all the time, and
No, I'm not saying eliminating it altogether, but relocating it.
Next to-
there's nowhere realistically else to put it.
Well, you found a space for for this particular ADU.
Yeah, within
So-
the setbacks, there's no other real spot to put.
You
It'll be
you
farther away.
you investigated what the setback
Yes,
would be?
absolutely.
They had it marked on the plan. The setback.
So I'm
Mhm.
just gonna, can I just say, I think it meets the intent of the regulation. You may say there's some aspect of it that doesn't meet the small print in some way, but I think their design meets what the intent of that regulation is, and that is to allow for accessory units for family and design it in such a way that it still has an appearance of a one-family house. And that it's designed in such a way that it would not be likely to be rented to a non-family.
Mhm.
I slightly disagree with the fact that it still resembles a one-family house. I think it definitely looks like a separate,
Mhm.
Isn't that in
whether
the-
you want to
in the
call it a
back?
granny pod or you want to call it a whatever, garage, it's not part of the house.
But Alex, you're saying
add-on.
it would, as an addition, regulations, doesn't it?
Yep.
So it's,
Right, the fact that it has the kitchen makes it an ADU.
Mhm.
so it is still within one family house design criteria.
I'm just saying this is gonna open, it's gonna set precedent.
Well, we gotta open it up.
I know,
to use.
I know.
We gotta change our regs and make them more,
There's a lot of things we
liberal.
gotta do.
that's right, in our spare
We
time.
have
In
to
our
be
spare time.
careful that we do not open up Pandora's box. So,
Everyone comes before us, we can look at everyone individually and see if it
We do.
meets our criteria. And to me, this. Okay.
Commissioner Tiki, did you have any particular comments on this?
Yeah, I do think that we need to be consistent with then future applications with this. I mean, to me, the shared wall was one shared wall that divided separate spaces. So whatever we want to call this, it seems like it's a passageway to another living unit, whether it's a hallway or a breezeway. So do have some concerns there, but understand that the applicant says they're going to sign all the appropriate paperwork and the affidavits and all the rest, and they might meet the specifications for it. But I think we need to be consistent if we start to see other passageways, breezeways, even if they have windows or they're enclosed. To me, it still just seems like it's a passageway to a separate entity. It's not actually one shared wall. But again, I could be open to it. We want to see more housing, but to me, that's not a shared wall by definition.
Any other comments, questions, or concerns from the commission? Okay, is there a motion for this particular application?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve from Commissioner Amato, and there's a second from Commissioner Kelly. On a roll call vote, Commissioner Tiki?
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Parkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano?
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly?
Aye.
Commissioner Amato? Aye. And the chair votes nay. Motion has passed by a vote of 5-1. Thank you,
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Joe. All right, next on the agenda is new business, and the first item is application 2434 BWiz LLC at 390 Shelton Avenue. Is there, Assessors Map 89, Lot 29 in an R1 zone for a planned development district on more or less 5.42 acres for 56 residential units under Connecticut General Statute 830G. Is there a motion to accept for review and for a public hearing to be scheduled?
Parkins will make that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, on the motion, made by Commissioner Parkins, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Amato. Aye. Commissioner Cristiano.
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki.
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Next is application 2435, PDD number 109, 10 Long Hill Avenue, LLC at 10 Long Hill Avenue, Assessors Map 117B, Lot 49, in a CB2 zone, final site development plans for a 3-story residential building consisting of 17 one-bedroom apartments and on-site parking. Is there a motion to accept for review and for a date scheduled for that review?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, there's a motion to accept and schedule the date for review from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Amato, I heard you. Seconded, and on a roll call vote, Commissioner Parkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
Commissioner Amato. Aye. Commissioner Cristiano.
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Next is application 2436, PDD number 91, Dominic Thomas, for Fountain Square LLC and Fountain FS Shelton LLC for final site development plans consisting of a minor modification rotating the previously approved location of the specialty grocery store known as Trader Joe's by 180 degrees. Is there a motion to accept and set a date for review?
I'll make that motion.
Motion from Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
Richard Christian, I'll second that motion.
Okay, on a roll call vote, Commissioner Parkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Motto.
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki.
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano.
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Next on the agenda are public hearings, and I'd like to share the protocol we will be following. Staff will indicate if any written comments were received from members of the public no later than 24 hours before the start of this evening's meeting. If written comments were received, they will be read into the record. The applicant and/or its associates will make their presentation. The commission can ask questions during the presentation or at its conclusion. The applicant and/or associates can answer commission questions at the time they are presented or at the conclusion of the presentation. At the point in each public hearing when the chair asks for public comment, we will begin with elected officials of the city present in the auditorium, followed by elected officials participating via Zoom or through a phone link. After elected officials conclude their comments, members of the public will be recognized, starting with those present in the auditorium, followed by those participating remotely via Zoom or through the phone link. Those in the auditorium will need to list their name on a speaker sheet. Those participating via Zoom will need to use Zoom's raise your hand feature, and those participating via phone will be recognized after dialing *9. After you are recognized, please state and spell your name and state your address to assist the recording secretary and stenographer when doing the minutes and transcript of the public hearing. Each speaker has 5 minutes to present comments, which should address specific criteria of the zoning regs, the merits of the application, and be new information, not a repeat of comments presented by a previous speaker or at a previous public hearing. Comments and questions should be directed to the commission, not to the applicant and/or his associates. Members of the public are expected to practice appropriate etiquette by being quiet, observant, and respectful. Disruptive attendees may be removed from verbally participating. The applicant's attorney and/or associates will be given the opportunity to address any comments or questions from the public after the last person from the public has been given the opportunity to speak. If the commission feels further information is needed from the applicant, the chair will ask for a motion to continue the public hearing. If a public hearing remains open, the commission is not allowed to make any public comment, discuss any part of the applicant's and/or his associate's presentation, or receive any additional information from anyone. If the commission feels the applicant and/or his associates have answered all questions, have addressed all concerns from the commission and/or public, the public hearing will close. Commission reserves the right to discuss the application at the close of the public hearing or to schedule a discussion at an upcoming commission meeting. At either time, the commission will be asked by the chair on how it wants to proceed. So this is the continuation of the public hearing for application 2419. Which is
2419.
okay. Thank you. 2419 is Dominic Thomas for David Chekta at 0 Constitution Boulevard and 0 Wybosset Street, 3 parcels, Assessors Map 92, Lot 85, Assessors Map 78, Lot 123, Assessors Map 93, Lot 1, for a zone change from R1 and R2 to R3 zoning. This application was accepted for review on July 10th, 2024. The public hearing opened October 16th. Posted to the city's website prior to the opening of the public hearing were the application for a zone map amendment, an updated site plan, a map of area properties within 500 feet, 5 pieces of correspondence, and a petition from residents 2 requests from the applicant for an extension, sign posting photos and certificates of mailing. Since the opening of the public hearing, the following material has been received. Minutes from the Conservation Commission's June 7th, 2017 meeting, November 20th letter from the applicant's attorney granting an extension to complete the public hearing, 2 clearing comparison maps, and a December 6th letter from the Conservation Commission. Ms. Castro, were there any other reports, materials, or correspondence received from within the time period for this application, but not yet posted to the city's website that we need to acknowledge for the record?
No.
Okay. So Attorney Thomas, identify yourself for the record and you have the floor.
Thank you. Attorney Donald Thomas, Coney Thomas, 350 Main Street, Derby, Connecticut, representing the applicant. As Chairman said, this has been pending before you for some time. We've had multiple, we've had a couple of public hearings. I'd just like to briefly review this project to put things in perspective. Some time ago, over a year ago, we came to your staff and actually filed an application. The client wanted access off of Constitution Boulevard to develop his properties, the multiple properties that he owned, which were in mixed zones. There was a split off of R1. There was an existing R3 parcel and an existing R2 parcel. There were 4 parcels altogether, 2 of which were created by Constitution Boulevard being put through. The staff at that time, Alex and Tony Panico, wanted access initially. Talked to us about getting access and egress off of Way Bassett or through that area. And the applicant made an application as such to change it and proposing that would be the access. The public was vehemently opposed to that. There were a lot of issues about it. There were also issues concerning the grades and the streets. So that application was withdrawn. We went back to the drawing board. What was agreed upon with your staff at that time was pretty much 2 things. They wanted to preserve open space because of the proximity to Ivy Brook headwaters and cluster housing. We looked at the regulations at that time that existed, and in your Schedule A especially, for the R3 zone. And that did not provide for single family cluster. It only provided for attached units. And the way it was designed would have not preserved as much open space as because of the layout of the property. So at that point, we began a discussion mutually between staff and us of using the design residential district. And we worked on it. And we went through it, and there were several iterations, and it finally came down to the one application that was made to you to have a change to the district to allow a DRD in the R3 zones, because that is the other application, the public hearing, which is closed. At the close of the last public hearings, and I call your attention, and they are uploaded, so you have the right to review whatever's been uploaded. The applications are related. On the issue of the setback surrounding it, the Conservation Commission chair testified at the public hearing and talked about the fact that in 2017, when the DRD was proposed, the Conservation Commission vehemently opposed a setback around the entire parcel. He then produced his minutes, and those minutes are uploaded, I believe, in the other, because he was talking in that they are in 2418, I believe. But they are worth reading, and the language is very clear, and it relates to this and this zone change and the use of the DRD. In those minutes, it says clearly that and at that point, the conversation was 100 foot around the entire parcel, that they wanted none, because they said it would prevent on a parcel by parcel basis picking out the best open space. If you did that, you might force the development towards the open space that you would want. Now, in this project, and in any kind of project like this, there is always the difficulty of, well, wait a minute, what is the applicant going to do? In this case, the applicant spent the extra expense to file the special exception application under the assumption that of what it would be filing if the two applications were approved. And that is application 2433. So it is a matter of public record, so people can see it, number one. Number two, the applicant, as part of it, because of the issue, made an application to your Inland Wetlands Commission. And that application is on their agenda tomorrow evening. For there, so the applicant is to show his intent to do it exactly, to go through with the DRD if the change to the text and the zone changes are approved. The simplest way to put it to you is that, as stated in the I hope everybody's had a chance to read. I have extra copies of the Conservation Commission letter from 12/6. As stated in the letter, they want to preserve the headwaters of Ivy Brook and what they refer to in their attachment in it as the Ivy Brook Greenway. And they put that in.
So you're kind of speaking to all of the applications at this point, rather than just
Well-
what we're talking about specifically right here is changing the zone from R
Right.
2 and 3 to
Right.
R3. So if you're gonna continue discussion at the other ones, why don't you just focus on that right now? Because it's kind of getting late and there's a lot of people waiting to speak
Well,
on various things here. So just,
to give an example.
I understand
Of
what
the
you're doing.
difference
You're trying to
between-
set the stage for what you're asking for, but
Right.
right now we're just entertaining.
Well,
some-
then I stress the
Sorry.
importance of the Conservation Commission letter, which relates to this first step, because the steps are required. So
Right.
to give an example of it, and I'll screen share, and the exhibit that I presented to you is for the purpose of showing the necessity for bringing it into, remember, you cannot have a DRD without changing the zone to R3. The entire parcels to R3. One of them already is. So you have a 2-page sheet. The 2-page sheet is a listing of the disturbance, the limit of clearing, the limit of disturbance. The first page is what the limit of disturbance is in accordance with your current zoning. And the red dotted line that you have there is the upland review area. And the upland review area is an area that can be developed, can be graded, not sexually developed, can be graded. But all the other green area crisscrossing is area that would be cleared in any application under your current zoning. So as you can see, while there would be some preservation, the headwaters to the Ivy Brook that is in the parcel would be part of the development and not part of open space connected to the city open space. The next page is what it would be if the approvals took place and there was a cluster housing under DRD. Not assuming the commission still has, remember, the special exception application under a DRD. As you can see here, the development is not,
Would it, go back 1 second. The development of those areas, wouldn't that be contingent on inland wetlands saying you could develop those areas?
no, not on, this is the only areas that these little areas here that are inside the upland review area would be the only, and wetlands would have to prove, in order to deny it, wetlands would have to show that any activity in the upland review area has an adverse impact upon the wetlands. And in these areas here, it would not have an adverse impact upon the wetlands. It would be grading, it would be lawn, stuff of that nature, but it would not have an adverse impact. Even if it did, it would simply eliminate a small area of what would be grading. But the properties and the area would be part of the lots. They would be part of the lots. So the headwaters of Ivy Brook would be on somebody's property, so to speak. Okay, and then in the second one, as you can see, this area up above, that if you can see my cursor going up there, that is, and where this parcel sticks down, that is 3 acres of Shelton, City of Shelton open space. Now, the DRD requires 10 acres, but as I'm sure you've read in 35.5, I think it is, or 4, you can reduce it when it abuts open space. In fact, this is 8 acres, and you have 3 acres of city open space that was dedicated and given to the city as a result of the Vargas subdivision back, I think, in the 80s or 90s, okay? So what would happen then is this entire area, this entire parcel that is owned by the applicant would then be merged with the City of Shelton open space, the 3 acres, and would comprise approximately 6 acres of contiguous open space encompassing the Ivy Brook headwaters and would be in control of the city. If the city wished to allow public access to it, it's more than welcome, and it has the ability to allow public access to it off of Waybosset or any one of those streets.
So what you're saying then is the first step to application, to take this out of order, to application 2418 is for this board to accept
Right?
that we're gonna go below the 10-acre requirement.
No,
No.
you're not even at that point yet. That's on application 2433.
Yeah, that's not,
Oh.
That's on application 2433.
that's not even here.
Yeah, that's not even before you, but I just wanted to point out the total, when you add in the open space, it's actually 10 acres. You know, when you add the open space that the city has, and that was the whole point of that section.
3 different ones.
I understand, but they are the proverbial dominoes that you have to knock over. You can't have one without the other. And if you go into the regular zoning, okay, the point is there's issues of the Conservation Commission and the other people. The whole point also is, as I mentioned, you cannot have a DRB in R2. The R2 is that property where you're seeing where most of the development is. A portion of it's R3. So the entire site has to be R3.
So, but isn't there a presumption that this board will approve the less than 10-acre requirement by starting off with this change into R3?
That is the risk of the client.
You understand?
Clients have to take risks, and in order for this, the client took the risk of even filing it to show, because the public you have to respond to the public, and the Republic was concerned. The public clearly in the applications in this did not want access through the Waybosset Sunset areas. Once you go back to regular zoning, the way it's zoned, there is no prohibition. Once the applicant submits to, and this commission says, okay, if this commission said, I'll give you the example, answer your question. If this commission said, we're not changing the zone to, we are gonna change the zone to R3, but we're not gonna approve your DRD. So we have an R3 zone. And that's it. We can develop it in accordance with an R3 zone. We could come in off of Sunset, we can come in off of Constitution Boulevard, and we can only build it in accordance with the R3 zone. In the DRD, in the DRD, it's a special exception. At that point, given all the conditions that are in the DRD, this commission could say, you're not coming in anywhere other than Constitution Boulevard, which is what your application shows. And you're limited to that, and you can't have any access. You have the ability to do that under your conditions that are in section 33.4, which I pointed out to you in the last public hearing, which is discretion you're allowed under a special exception.
But at this point, you're just asking for a zone change.
Step one, I want it to be all.
I keep trying to bring them back.
Well,
to
but-
what we're here for.
Yeah, but that is.
So we're
step one.
giving you a lot less time to speak at your next application,
Will certainly be.
taking all your minutes away.
Right, and so basically, I think when you look at the options for regular zoning in this, and when you look at the the Conservation Commission letter and their intent and review it. I think this step is a necessary step to be taken. Even if you weren't thinking about the DRD, they should all be, these parcels, some of which were chopped up, should all be a single zone. And the leftover parcel that's R3 was just a cutoff piece from what is the open space when that was originally done with the Vargas subdivision.
What do you
I
do?
also showed you the exhibit, I also showed you the exhibit, and I think I presented an exhibit showing you historically what the zones were previously and how the zones were.
Yeah, I'll wait on that. Let me have the Conservation Commission letter.
So yeah, there's copies of it. I have
Pass it over.
all of it. And there's copies of it. I can also bring it up if you want to show it to the public on the screen.
Sure, if they think they could read it from that far.
Probably can't, but I can blow it up.
There's one.
Oh, there's more than enough.
It's uploaded. No, I know, I uploaded. Oh,
Well, do it for anyway.
yeah, I
Copies
had
done.
multiple copies. Would you like me to read it for the record? or do you want-
Please,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
This is a Conservation Commission letter addressed to Virginia Harger, Chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission on application. It says on application 2433, which is what they had before them at their meeting.
Mhm.
Dear Chairman Harger, the site plan is a good use of the design residential district mechanism. Nearly 40% of the site were reserved as open space, including the headwaters of Ivy Brook. In the open space plan of 2009, this area was designated as part of the Ivy Brook Greenway, a corridor of priority watershed lands. Shelton's greenways help to protect water quality, to provide plant, wildlife, and recreational corridors. It has been well demonstrated that cluster housing has fewer environmental impacts compared to conventional subdivisions and that have an equal number of units. In addition to open space preservation, there is less overall pavement and impervious surfaces, thereby reducing the quantity of stormwater runoff. There is also less overall site disturbance, as well as smaller lawns, which contribute to fertilizer and pesticide pollution of our waterways. The use of the DRD tool in this future Shelton housing development should be encouraged. Sincerely, Thomas Arvidsson.
Mhm. Because this
Doesn't apply
was
to the zone change.
Right.
this, yeah,
Well,
it shows.
It applies to
It
the
doesn't.
DRD.
yeah, it doesn't apply to the zone change, but there is no DRD without
Mhm.
the zone change, so that's.
Mhm.
Okay, any commissioners have any questions for Attorney Thomas? All right, we'll move then to the public portion of the public hearing. It's one of those sheets having to do with this application.
Oh,
Okay, so the first of all, we have to start to ask if there are any elected officials, City of Shelton present in the auditorium that want to comment on this. Please step forward. I see none. Ms. Castro is out of the room, so I can't tell if there's anyone online. So we'll go back to that, but we'll then go to members of the public here in the auditorium. Christine Fornabao. Fornabao. Come on, up here.
That was,
Thank you.
I need somebody to time it.
Hello, thank you.
Okay.
My phone is off. Just hold on, Christine, yeah.
Yes,
for 5 minutes. Ms. Castro, could you just check to see if there's anybody, any elected officials participating remotely that want to comment on this?
No.
Okay. All right, Christine, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Harger. Thank you. Good evening, fellow members of the P and Z, everybody online, neighbors. My name is Christine Fornabao, Fornabao. I reside at 55 Sunset Drive in Shelton. I've been a resident for almost 50 years at the current residency, basically at my parents' house. And I grew up in Shelton. My husband, Matthew, who's present in this auditorium, and I have presented letters, petitions of opposition. We vehemently oppose this rezone change for multiple reasons. Basically, again, we have said no multiple times within the previous year. Letters, petitions, there was the first petition, 250, second one was 215. And my question is, why isn't anybody listening to any of the public opinion? We don't want it. We don't need it. This is just an absolute horrendous use of land per se to make it an R3 zone for cluster housing. It's going to ruin the integrity of the Ivy Brook and the dense areas of the actual open space. And it is the last open space on South Constitution Boulevard, as it is previously communicated, not only by myself, but echoing other neighbors. I mean, honestly, this is just, again, we've been saying no, 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 no. I'm saying no, 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 no. It is going to disturb a lot of things, such as just the surrounding areas against our properties. I mean, this is with the cluster housing. I know with the other application, which I don't want to mention because that's part of 2418, to encroach on our properties. Is the applicant willing to pay to like build on our property? But again, this is part of the 2418. Again, this is about the rezone. But again, it's just way too much for that little area in the back of our basically private Idaho, if you will. You
It's
know,
the advantages, disadvantages of doing a zone change, not anything this year.
no, I understand. But again, I mean, it was discussed just a few moments ago with everything else going on, but honestly, the rezone would be detrimental to the Ivy Brook watershed and everywhere around it. Again, we highly oppose it. We don't want it. Please listen to us when we say no, the
No.
word no.
You do understand that changing it to R3 does not change it to cluster housing.
That was proposed on the map.
That's a separate
There's-
That's a
application.
separate
altogether.
application.
I understand that. I do understand that. I'm very well aware of it.
Where are you on Sunset?
Can I show you?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So I'm on Sunset. My property abuts
here.
directly behind Mr. Thomas's client's property. Is this upside down? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's been a long night for everybody. This is my parcel right here.
Oh, okay.
We have 1.9 acres.
That's big acre.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. But this, again, this is just vehemently opposing it. It would be a very bad decision to pass.
Do you
this.
understand though that we're talking about one option versus another, not no development? That's not what's here.
No, but
That's not what we can decide. We can't say there's gonna be no development.
Right,
oh, I
we-
understand that.
Well,
He
it-
bought the property. I'm sorry, Ms.
It-
Madam.
sorry. It's not coming across that way to me. So we're looking at what they can do by right, which we don't have any ability to say they can't do,
Right.
versus what they're proposing, which one is better. That's
Right.
what we're looking at.
Correct.
So,
No, I do
Yeah,
understand. I'm
yeah.
very well aware. I mean, we've been
Okay.
discussing this for a very long time and now it's just, again, we really don't need that R3 rezone. It should remain R1, R2. If he's every right to develop like he owns the property. I'm not gonna tell him.
are you changing R1? It's like R2 and,
It's, well,
Madam Chair, can I answer?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
The, two pieces of property that abut on, Constitution Boulevard are R1. They were cut off from the other side.
Mhm.
So the property that is, surrounds Ivy Brook can sustain two to possibly three, but definitely two R1, 40,000 lot subdivisions. It's not changed. The parcel that abuts Ms. Forbanner's property probably wouldn't be, that's the sliver that is necessarily developed. The property that is R2 can be developed right up to her boundary line, no problem.
Pluses and minuses.
Right.
A lot of minuses. But no, thank you for your time.
Very good.
Appreciate you.
Okay, so next is Matt.
We're not using the podium anymore, huh? That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, this, you can see that picks up your face.
I know it's been moving around a lot, yeah. Well, hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us again. This is, I think, the 4th or 5th meeting. I appreciate that. Right now, what we're looking at is zone change. We're not talking about anything else. I understand that. I'm gonna try not to stray. I never shut up, so it's hard for me not to stray. But what this comes across as, to use Miss Maddow's words, what this comes across looking like. If I were to buy a piece of property, right, I look at it, I say, well, what can I do with that? I can't wait to build something on that property, do something with it. I'm not thinking about changing laws and moving stuff around and asking people to move worlds for me. This is a cash grab, is all this is. I have a property of 8 acres, 10 acres with the open space to build a certain number of houses on it. Well, I want to build way more than that. It comes across as a cash grab and it comes across as greed. My question to the board is, how does this zone change benefit the city of Shelton? It benefits the applicant 100%. I think that's a great idea of his. How does it benefit the city? And that hasn't been brought up. That hasn't been addressed at all. And that's kind of upsetting. All I can think of is minuses with this. Yeah, you're going to build on your property. It's your property, or I don't want to address the client. His property. He can do what he wants with it, and I applaud, and I can't wait to get new neighbors. But let's do this legally. Let's make sure that this is within the parameters of zoning, and that this is legal, and that it makes sense, and that we're not just going for a cash grab, not being greedy. Appreciate your time.
That's it? Okay. Next is Rebecca Douglas. Hi, Rebecca.
I'm Rebecca Douglas. I live at 56 Woonsocket Avenue.
Get closer to the mic, bend it down. Okay,
Sorry.
it's good.
I've lived there with my husband for the last 50 plus years. We raised our children there. I, like everyone else who's come before you, understands that this is about the zone change, even though it was, other things were brought up. I'm gonna, I had written this down. I'm gonna try and narrow it down to just the zone change. Because I'm kind of getting used to these meetings now. Now that the zone, that they want this zone change, that gives, how can I explain this? Let me just understand the zone change. The zone change means that gives the applicant the ability to put more buildings on the property, correct? Okay, so that means cutting down all of our woods that are there. Those woods that are in that area now are a buffer for us who live on Woonsocket, Waybosset, Pawtucket, all down there. That's our buffer from Constitution Boulevard, which is going to have even more traffic now because it's been extended, or it's going to be extended across Bridgeport Avenue. It's a buffer for Route 8. It's a buffer for Bridgeport Avenue that has become an absolute, Route 8 is like a death trap now. And that traffic is only going to increase. Those woods that will be cut down with whatever is put on this property, if the amount of houses that are being shown on the map are actually put in, is going to absolutely take away that buffer. That buffer is the only green area that we have left between us, Route 8, Bridgeport Avenue, Constitution Boulevard. We're asking that you reject this zone change because we don't want to lose, you know, what we have in that Coram Garden Avenue, in that Coram Garden area. It would have, I just heard Matt say, how does it benefit, you know, the town of Shelton? The only people that this would benefit would be the builder, the property owner who grew up in Coram Gardens, who has, you know, his whole childhood was in Coram Gardens. It just would be disastrous for that area. I understand that the owner of the property does have a right to build on that property. I don't want him coming down my street. My street is like a one street, what's that old saying, a one horse,
Right.
you know, street. We would have a hard time now as it is if we ever had a fire down there, getting a fire truck down there, let alone having access to, you know, something that could go into a zone 3 development area. I just hope that you guys are listening to us. We understand that the applicant does have a right to build, but 23 houses are entitled. Oh, sorry. I'm trying. You know, my biggest concern is the fact that we are going to lose that buffer. It's a beautiful area. You guys should come down sometime and walk through it. It's
private property, so we
it
really
is,
Right.
but that's our buffer, and we do need it, especially, you know, with Constitution being extended now, and I guess that's really all I have to say.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Rebecca.
Thanks.
Next is Margaret Paulson.
Should say good evening. It's late, but he's tired. He's sleeping. I did make another petition.
Margaret, just identify yourself for the record.
Oh,
Your
Margaret
address.
Paulson, 64 Sunset Drive. I do have another petition persuading the city of Shelton to designate the Ivy Brook Greenway as a municipal park. The same way they took the Tall property. I have 292 signatures, actually.
What does that have to do with zone change? That is.
If it's a zone change, why don't we just zone it endangered forest wetland?
That's not.
Why? I know there's no.
That's not the proposal on the table.
No.
And
I'm
anything like
opposed.
that would have to go to the Board of Aldermen.
I presented it already to the Board of Aldermen.
Okay. So what do you want to talk about the zone change?
I don't believe that any one of you saw the GIS maps of the area. He is going within, well, let me have them all.
Yeah.
Do we have enough?
Yep.
And one for staff.
No, there's more.
Okay, so zoning regulation states in 2-3-10 inland wetlands and watercourse, when any subdivision involves wetlands, land regulated as an inland wetlands or watercourse under the provisions of the Connecticut General Statutes, Chapter 40, which is actually Chapter 440. It's a mistype in your regulations. If the Shelton Inland Wetlands Commission has not already reviewed the subdivision, the applicant shall file a copy of the subdivision application and maps with the Shelton Inlands Commission within 10 days after filing such application with the commission. So he finally did it. The commission shall give due consideration to any report filed within it by such wetlands commission prior to rendering a decision on such subdivision applications. Okay, so you can't do anything with this zoning change until inland wetlands says it's. Now, I noticed on his maps, he's going right, he's using the 1.5 or the 75 feet buffer from the stream itself.
Are you talking about a layout? The layout is not part of
Okay.
this application.
Okay. So. Okay. If there's no zone change, the developer could not build on the R1 parcels because judging by that zone map, there wouldn't be 3 houses there, as he states. The remaining R2 areas would only have 8 houses. So, with no zone change, you get fewer homes as opposed to the 23 with his steps to the DRD. That's why I am opposing any zone change. Petro, don't give in to developers convincing you that they know better than the planning and zoning itself. Why? Why should you change your rules?
You don't necessarily have a give and take. You present your comments.
I think he has a lot of audacity to
Talk to the, no personal comments. Talk to the proposal to change the zone.
okay. So without a zone change, it would be less impact on the remaining buffer that we have.
Mhm.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Margaret.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next is David Paulson.
Hello, I'm David Paulson, 64 Sunset Drive. I would like to hope that you do not change the zoning, that you keep it the way it is now. So someone had come up with a plan for what the city would look like, and if they own it, I don't see why they can't just build whatever it is they want to build with the existing zoning. And I don't see a need to change the zoning. Is the reason the betterment of the community, or just so one person can make more money? I mean, for that reason, I would hope that the zoning would stay the same, and then they could build what they're allowed to do within the existing zoning regulations.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, all right,
Thanks.
thank you. Last is James, not quite sure of the last name. Hamel. Hameo?
Yep.
Okay, all right, just identify yourself for the record.
James Hamel, Hameo. I own 59 Woonsocket, and as you can see, 59 Woonsocket would be directly impacted. It's right in the middle, dead center of where
Oh.
another house is gonna be 20 feet off my house. I've heard lots of, we're gonna do this if you do that. It's like nobody's taking into account any of the wildlife. Because we have deer, we have foxes, we have coyotes, we have all that's in this open space. Nobody's taken any of that into account. And when Shelton was developed originally, they made that zone an R1 zone for a reason and an R2 zone for a reason. We're in R4. Properties are closer together, they're pretty 50 by 100 or 100 by 100 lots going up the street. They did it on purpose to give us a buffer between Constitution Boulevard, which is where you get all of the Sikorsky trucks. You get all of the freight trucks that are going from Route 8 to River Road. We need that buffer. We need to have that buffer. And it was put in there for a reason. And to me, there's a reason why it was never developed. It was because nobody wanted to spend whatever amount of money to put 8 houses in. So we give them the ability to put 23 houses in a smaller piece of property. How is that fair to us? And how was that ever a part of how they originally designed
To the
Shelton?
text change, not
Oh,
for a
sorry.
layout.
To change the zoning to what you want to zone it to. I've heard a lot of, we'll give Shelton this if you do this for us. And that's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, these properties were divided into parcels for reasons. Before you or before any of the committee were even a part of a committee. They were designed that way. The wetlands was designed that way. So why do we have to change it? We've already got enough going up on River Road. We've got condos all down River Road. You change it to R3, allow them to do whatever they want. What if he passes away? What if something happens and all of these plans don't happen that they say is going to happen? You're not going to change that zone back to R1. It stays R3.
No, not necessarily.
No,
No,
We always have the ability with proper notice to change the
to
zone.
just go, we'll just say, we're going to go back to R1.
yeah, of course.
Well, to me, it's not, to me, that never happens. To me, that's never happened. Can you give me a time that's ever happened? No. So to me, that buffer should stay there. There's no reason somebody has to develop a piece of property outside of what's already there. And as you can see, my house is right there. The plan, if it's changed, is to put a house 20 feet off of the road, right next to my house. So my house is directly impacted. And I think that we should at least have a wildlife study before anything is changed. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last call for anyone here in the auditorium from the public. If there's anyone from the public participating remotely would like to comment on this application, please use Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9 to be identified.
I have one listed as.
Is the identification up there in the list? The waiting
Yeah,
room?
but it's got some phone numbers and. Who's joining? The
There
only
is,
thing I could make out was a Ken.
oh, okay. If there is someone in the waiting room named Ken, you will be brought into the meeting. Please identify yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. What's your name, sir?
Sure. My name is Kenneth McGovern,
Okay, and your address, please.
47 Newport Avenue,
Okay,
Shelton,
go ahead.
Connecticut.
Governor, you have 5 minutes.
Very good. So I just wanted to weigh in. Like I said, I live at 47 Newport Avenue. I've been here since 1968. When I was a kid, Constitution Boulevard where Constitution Boulevard is now, actually Ivy Brook ran right where Constitution Boulevard is. And, at the intersection of Sunset and Constitution Boulevard, as kids, we would go down and play, in the water and in the woods down there, and it was a lot of fun. And I hear talk about, the headwaters of Ivy Brook. It's all underground now. Where the brook used to be, you can't even see it because it's buried. For me, the lesser of two evils. You're talking about putting 23 houses in that area.
Text
Right?
change, not to a layout, sir. This is
Sorry?
about text. This is about a zone change rather, not about a layout of houses.
Yeah, sure. Right. So where I'm going with this is that you need zone change in order to do 23 houses, right? Is that correct?
Among other, things, yeah.
Is that correct?
Correct, among other things.
Among other things. So okay, so bear with me here.
Mhm.
I remember back to 2020 when COVID was a problem. How quiet it was without hearing Route 8 and Bridgeport Avenue. It was so peaceful. You could just walk outside and you didn't have to hear any of that stuff. I'm going to repeat some of the things that other people have said. That is a buffer. By cutting down all those trees and building cluster housing. That's basically what it is. It's a money grab. It's cluster housing. So they made the points about the benefits of cluster housing. Because of smaller lawns. That's ridiculous. Okay. It was so peaceful during that time to cut down that buffer, to destroy it for the wildlife that's there. Like people said, coyotes, there's fox, there's all kinds of things that are there. I just think it's a shame. In my opinion, the best thing would be for Mr. Chook to donate that property for open space. Could name it in his name and put up a plaque, and hopefully he would be happy with that. But I mean, as other people have said, when is enough enough? They're building on every scrap of land possible, and I get it. You purchase a piece of property, but again, as other people have said, people are opposed to this. I don't think anybody's listening. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to comment on this application that's participating remotely? Please use Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9.
No one's showing.
Okay. All right, Attorney Thomas, do you have any comments?
Mr. Grasso would like to speak before
Okay.
I respond.
AJ Grasso, I live at 14 Red Tail Court. And a couple of things I wanted to address.
Could you explain your relationship?
Okay, I am a partner in this application.
Mhm.
I would be the builder on the property. This parcel is going to be developed. And what we did is we took it into consideration a year ago when we applied and we withdrew, that nobody wanted to see cars going up and down the streets near their homes. And they'd like to have a bigger buffer. The best way to have a large buffer and not have cars going up the streets behind their homes and by their homes is with the applications that we have submitted. It protects the Ivy Brook headway or watercourse to its best possible ability. And it allows us to and allows you as well, to put in required buffers and buffering areas, as opposed to if there is no zone change granted, the property can be cleared from property line to property line, other than where the Wetlands Commission has authority to address that. This would allow us to come off of Constitution Boulevard and have less of an impact on every neighboring property.
And to Attorney Dominic Thomas again to reply, I can listen to it. What they're asking for in reality is for it to be open space. They keep referring to it as a buffer. And they've said, go ahead and develop it. And the best example I can give, especially to the first couple of people that spoke, is whether it's R2 or R3. And by the way, the number of units you could get under current zoning, and we've already done the layout, is probably in the neighborhood of 16 to 18 units. You can't get it on the R1. And don't let anybody say that wetlands can deny it because they can deny it. They have to have a basis for denying it, and we've already looked into that. That's why we have the application pending. And of course, that application is before, not this application. But under current zoning, I have to be clear, the yards, the clearing, as we've shown in the exhibit, goes up to the property owner. Under current zoning, whether it's R2, R1, or R3, there is no imposition of buffers. In this case, when you look at conventional zoning as it exists, you are 10%. If the commission chose to go 10% on open space, would be clearly resolved by isolating an area around the Ivy Brook, but the area around it would then be developed. So there are regulations that require 10% open space. In many instances, the towns ask for a fee in lieu of. But even if you did here, yes, what they're talking about is what the buffer they're talking about is the buffer that is the R2 and R3 parcel. Remember, there is an R3 parcel that's not part of this application because it's already R3. That's what they're talking. But what they're not listening to the statement is that under current zoning, the property can be accessed through Sunset, Woonsocket, and those properties. That there's nothing that can be said no. Granted, it may have some topographical challenges.
Quiet, there are no comments from the audience.
But under current zoning, that's how it can be accessed. It may be difficult. And certainly we had a layout that would access it off of Dogwood, off of Dogwood. We had it done. It works. But again, we're here for the zone change. If the zone change is turned down, there is no buffer. There is no consideration. Wildlife isn't a consideration. If the Board of Aldermen wanted to buy it, then the Board of Aldermen have to take their steps. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about open space. It's not going to be open space. And when you have a regular subdivision, it's a matter of right. Not only can't you stop or require the developer to put in buffers where you may want them, after the properties are sold, you have no control over what the property owners do. So when that property owner, as long as he's not in an upland review area, clears the rest of it right to the property owner and puts his swing sets back there or pool or whatever, there's nothing that can be done about it. Whereas the vehicles that are coming up in many communities that are more popular for cluster housing, which do give a slight benefit. Why? Number one, no public roads. Number two, increased buffers. Number three, increased open space, and not just increased open space, but valuable open space. In other words, open space that connects. Those are the requirements. Those are the same discussions that we had with your staff after we withdrew the first one. So we're not resenting it. Yes, you could say that there's a difference between 16, 17, 18 homes in under current zoning and 23, which is closer to what it would be if you were just doing a regular R3 zoning. And keep in mind, when people have brought it up, you should protect it, because I submitted the map showing you what the zoning was in 82 before Constitution Boulevard and how the zoning changed over the years. Okay, I appreciate the concern when you've heard me say this, when a client comes to me and wants to develop it, give me a piece of property that is asphalt and contaminated. It's a lot easier to convince the development on than a nice pristine wooded area. But this pristine wooded area can be developed. And if you want to have buffers, if you want to have it, if you want to have traffic going only out to Constitution Boulevard and not through the neighborhoods of Coram Gardens or Sunset, then this is the first step. And that is the simplest statement. I'm not trying to tell you that a regular subdivision would fill in Ivy Brook, of course it would. But please look at the Conservation Commission map and letter. And I think this is the first step towards an appropriate development for this site. Thank you.
Right, any further questions for the applicant from the commission? How would the commission wish to proceed with this application and the public hearing?
I think it's time to close this hearing.
Yeah, I do too.
Who would like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All right, there's a motion to close the public hearing from Commissioner Parkins, and there's a second from Commissioner Kelly, and on a roll call vote to close. Commissioner Amato? Aye. Commissioner Cristiano?
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki?
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion to close the public hearing has passed by a vote of 6-0. And this item will be on the agenda of an upcoming meeting for discussion by the commission.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is application 2429, 352 Corm Avenue, Robert Brulette for Double J Associates LLC for a site plan application under Schedule A, Use Line 24 in the CB-2 zone to increase the height of the building by adding 2 additional floors. This application was accepted for review on November 13th, 2024. Posted to the city's website are the application, a letter from the applicant, initial and updated diagrams of the front and upper elevations and floor plans, letters from the city's building official and fire marshal requesting more detailed information, responses from the city's building official and fire marshal after reviewing additional information from the applicant, a street view of the property with the proposed building superimposed over it, public hearing notices, and certified mail receipts. Ms. Castro, were there any reports, materials, or correspondence that were received that have not yet been posted to the city's website?
There was a street view colored-ish design added in, that was not able to upload online, but I can't get it downloaded right now.
We just tried to make it a little more depth,
Mhm.
like coloring it in, that's all. It's still the same, just we added gray and a little blue.
Okay. Is that everything? Ms.
Yes,
Castro,
that was it.
you wanted to mention? Okay.
Your mind included? Yeah. That went a long time ago. Okay. I mean, what that neighbor's summary.
I have all his files, so if you want me to pull up anything specific while you present, I can do that.
Yeah,
Wait a minute,
I
wait a minute.
will wait, I will wait.
Probably should do that at the same time.
Here it is. Okay. All right, so the applicant is present, so identify yourself for the record and why don't you go.
Robert
your-
Briette, 78 Maple Avenue, Shelton.
Mhm.
And I'm also with the business owner.
Joe Joyce Jr., reside at 185 Canal Street.
Okay. So what kind of explanation you want to share with us?
Okay, so what we'd like to do is just increase the size of the bar. Now that we've turned into more of a sports-friendly neighborhood bar, we'd like to be able to add more people by putting a second floor with a balcony, somewhere similar to Porky's. We'd also like to make the third floor more of an office space and storage for us. We don't have much. It's an older building. The basement is an old stone basement about 4 feet high. So we really can't do much down here. So they'd like to move his office upstairs. We think the picture that you're looking at right now fits in well with the surrounding buildings. It's not an eyesore. We're going to try to keep it traditional to what is kind of there. We're not going to make it neon, or we're going to keep it, in working with the rest of the city. We've already done some work on the front of the building, which you've seemed to like the last time I was here. Really, the bar is just becoming a better meeting place now that it's under new hands and younger crowd, and the town is growing, and it's just another nice spot to go. It's more of a sports bar, and I think it would be good for the city. Do you have any questions?
Well,
Anyway,
Are you
Did
having
you
more
have-
than one bar, I guess?
there's going to be a bar on the second floor.
And that area in the front would be open,
Yes,
like a deck.
yes.
Sir, did you have anything that you wanted to comment on?
I got it right here, Rob.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I just wanted to echo what Rob was saying.
Just identify yourself for the record first.
Sorry, Joe Joyce Jr.,
Mhm.
at 185 Canal Street.
Mhm.
Yeah, to echo what Rob was saying, when we bought it, at the time, it was a red brick building, and it was slightly outdated. We've tried to make a lot of strides towards sprucing it up, coloring the outside, and renovating inside. However, it was built in 1955. So basement, it is not office friendly, but nonetheless, that's the only place you can meet with employees or stash anything. Additionally, we're crammed between one building and a concrete staircase, as well as a concrete wall in the back. So we really have no opportunity to grow while the surrounding population is growing within walking distance of the bar. So ultimately, yeah, we're trying to accommodate more crowds as it does become a more friendly spot to attract people watching games or just hanging out with peers. And yeah, so that's the plan.
Any questions from the commission for the applicants?
The existing apartment building to the right, the wall that you're going to be going up there, does that wall have windows that you'll be blocking, creating? I believe that's a small alleyway there, right?
On the right side, looking at the picture on the right side, okay, that's a stairwell going up for that apartment. We've been in communication with the owner of that, which is the Perry family, about covering that porch and using the back section as a second form of egress if the fire marshal requires that. We are not touching it. There will be no windows on that side. We are talking about putting a covered roof over it with some lighting so that it benefits both the tenant there with snow and access for their residents, and also for us in case of an emergency and we need a second form of egress.
It's not so much the windows that you may be adding on the second, third floor. Are there any windows in that apartment house? that
No,
would be blocked.
not as of right now, and I don't believe they're adding any.
The open patio, is that in the front or in the back?
In the front. It's gonna look out over the street.
You're gonna,
Basically, it's gonna look over what is now becoming a pretty good looking downtown after all that's been done.
is that it, Commissioner Cristiano?
My recollection.
I was looking at the picture. I don't believe there's windows on that stairwell. That's a old, cement staircase.
No, no, on the side of that.
There is a window. I think it's a bathroom window.
No, that's on the left-hand building. That's on the left building. You're talking about the right building that's 3 stories tall, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, it's, to my recollection right now, there are no windows going up that back stairwell. There may be some on the back side of the building once you get up there, but there is none walking up that old gray stairwell. We've talked to the Perry family and we have come to a handshake agreement until we get through all this to, when we can talk to the lawyers about making it better for both.
Because generally the, I don't believe the commission doesn't like to box in windows of existing buildings by going vertical. If there, again, my recollection was, there's windows there, that would be a concern. Another question is, so, on the blueprints here, these aren't traditional.
Well, it's not a full-scale set of blueprints yet. It's just enough to discuss what we need to discuss here for the site plan. Square footage, size, and the firewall that that the building inspector has asked. We will have a full set of drawings if and when we get approved by you. We are working on a full set to submit as plans to the city for a building permit.
Was there any change to it? Yeah, I see there's no kid in there.
No, we do have no food and we have no desire to have food. As a matter of fact, the Joe here, the owner, is very much into incorporating all the bars into town. So he likes to tell his customers to go to Porky's for something or the pub or Kickstart. And, you know, he's trying to make it more of a neighborhood area.
So there's no kitchen.
There is no kitchen and will not be. The most we do is peanuts and bags of chips.
So, you know, again, so there is windows on the side.
Is there on the side? That's above the top?
So my only concern.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see that one.
My last concern, just question for consideration, you know, we're adding, you know, a second floor with a patio or whatever you're calling it, an open area on the second
It's on the screen.
floor. That does change the dynamics of, I mean, there's really only, you know, one, I mean, there's essentially an apartment right next door. It does change the dynamics of that. Those tenants living right next door to have, you know, essentially one, single floor closed bar to a 2-floor open bar where people are gonna be congregating with some kind of outdoor patio or outdoor area. Does change it significantly for those people who live there. It's something that this board should take into consideration also.
But don't we have that in other parts of the city?
We do have that in other parts of the city, but it's different when we're approving it to be added on. It's
Okay.
pre-existing when, you know, pre-existing buildings, pre-existing when people move into those locations. It's different when you have folks who live in this location and then, you know, we're adding it and approving it. So it's a little different when we're making those considerations. So it's something to consider. I'm not saying it's.
No, okay, I appreciate that.
Is there gonna be seating outside?
There's
Are
gonna
you
be,
use that?
it's mostly gonna be just an open area where somebody wants to have a drink and sit outside on a nice summer night. There may be a couple of tables or chairs, but not a lot.
What kind of precaution are we gonna have to?
We have a 48-inch railing there,
Got it.
so no one can fall over. We do have the awning on the bar now, which will still be there. We will have a railing according to the code of the city.
Right.
I hate to say it this way, but we can't police what someone may do when they're at the bar and outside. We will do our best, but if someone was to throw something, he could throw it off the balcony of the apartment building next door. I hate to say it, idiots will be idiots.
It's soundproofing, I guess that's.
Well, we're gonna build a 2-hour firewall on the building that is adjacent to it on the left. And to speaking to the window that I didn't see on that side, there is a window on this other building on the left-hand
It's
side.
actually 2 windows.
2 windows on the left-hand building?
Yeah.
Where?
On the
Right
right-hand
above the
building,
other
there's
one.
2.
No, on the left building I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
She's talking about the
Little building.
The right one word.
Blue building.
Oh, okay, I was speaking about the other building,
Right, you are.
but
The fire marshal did submit a letter dated November 27th. And item 3 on that says there is an existing window from the adjacent building on the south side within inches of the proposed building just above the roof line. What will be the plans for this window?
okay,
So south side would be
the left-hand building, the shorter
left-hand
building.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have contacted or reached out to that tenant or that
Property
owner
owner.
and asked them what we could do about that. I've also talked to the building department. We do not have to, we can build a wall there. It's, you may not like it, they may not like, but that is not required to have a window in that bathroom. But we have reached out to them in some way to help them with that by either putting a skylight on the ceiling, putting a vent in there. We want to be accommodating to everybody. We're not just trying to build a building with no one's thoughts in mind. We've
Have you
reached out.
considered a stepped in?
Well,
kind of-
we could, it's still, you wouldn't get much light into that window if we put a building there, even if we were in 2 feet.
Yeah, I'm just
It's not-
thinking about
I-
fire egress
Fire egress for the apartment?
for the buildings on both sides that have windows.
So the building on the right is gonna have a stairwell, which is already there. We're just covering it so that there'll be no snow
Right.
or anything like that. We're just trying to make that a better
Mhm.
egress for everyone.
Mhm.
As for the left side, I don't think it's an egress window now, and I don't think that's how they plan on getting out of there. But we have reached out to that homeowner or that building owner and tried to make some kind of arrangement that would be beneficial to both. And we are willing to pay for that. We are not asking them to do something that we wouldn't do for them.
You referenced a couple places downtown, Porky's being one, that have outdoor patios. What was the other one?
Calaroso has it, but it's a little different. It's got a bigger parking lot, so that's the old bank.
Serve food as well, they're
Yeah.
not just strictly bars.
Agreed.
Right.
The
So
pub on
I'm
has one.
concerned about the patio, to be honest with you, just a bar. Because you're just encouraging people that aren't going out to dinner or have wings or whatever. You're just encouraging drinking with no food. And I think that scenario and open patio on a main street could be dangerous. Not my liability, it would be yours, but I'm just putting that out there.
Well,
I would be concerned
okay,
about
so
not serving food.
does eating food make you less likely to drink? I don't, what my point
It's
is,
gonna draw a different crowd.
okay, the real reason for it is, one, we would like the open space and a little bit more capacity for people. The second floor is gonna be more for, he has dart league, not dart league, but he has dart games. We have different things, more TVs. It's more of a sports crowd. We're trying to get a better, younger crowd. I do appreciate your thoughts on that because yes, go. Sure.
Ideally, the second floor, the plan is to replicate somewhat of what Porky's has done, where it's not open all the time. It's open for events where the capacity of the crowd would be in question. Super Bowl Sunday is a good day to say that. The Final Four, considering we made efforts to be a Connecticut sports-based bar, Valley New Year, different days like that, as well as event-centric things, Dart League. We can't have, people love coming to our establishment to play darts. We can't accommodate any more than the 2 machines that we already have downstairs. So the point of attracting a younger crowd, and I know you're about to maybe address that point, it's more about making it available when capacity is needed, or at the behest of someone who says, we really like your space, we'd love to have our birthday party up there, we'd love to rent it out. It's definitely intended to expand space, but not necessarily on an all the time basis. Porky's isn't open all the time. But I'd also argue that the times that I've been on Porky's second floor or the pubs or Calaroso's, I'm not necessarily there with the intent to both eat and drink either, but you are there to enjoy the time in a space with people. I mean, to your point, it is my liability, and I understand your point, but the intention would be to cultivate more of a congregating space than we already have. And on nights that it's very busy, there are at least 3 bars within 500 feet, or, you know, whatever, less than 0.2 of a mile, that have 2 floors and that can accommodate that space. And so, to Rob's point, we want to accommodate both building owners on both sides, make it amenable to everyone, but at the same time, with the understanding that, yeah, we're not trying to turn into an everyday 2-floor bar. I don't want, personally, that's more expense to me, more staff to have, more liability, certainly. I don't need any more headaches of worrying what might happen. But on days that it would call for, or the people who have already said, man, I wish you were bigger. It's a shame that I can't rent out downstairs because I'd be robbing Peter to pay Paul. Close that for a different event. It's more for that. It's not just to make it.
So you have a,
It's gonna be restricted.
Definitely, that the intention is to restrict it. The intention is not to have 2-floor bars 7 days a week.
so how do you control your crowd now?
We have staff on site. I mean, generally speaking.
What is the normal age of your clientele?
In the 30s. The average age is definitely in the 30s. We don't have a college age crowd, or, you know, what I'd consider like some people looking for trouble. I will say, I'd argue that many of the bars around here may have experienced it when they first opened, but we had people who wanted to see how much they can get away with in the beginning, and that may have been scuttlebutt around town. And I made a concerted effort to eradicate that sort of behavior. And I think that would be recognized by not only the people who continue to patronize the bar, but people who have heard about it.
Do you find most of your clientele, and it's really not related to this, but in a way it is, are from the downtown area? Or are they coming in from other areas?
Both. I would say a lot of it has to do with foot traffic. I live locally. I live on Canal Street, so a lot of people, when they bump into me or they see my stuff, they ask and they come up there for sure. And we do have some mainstays of the original Anna's Place crowd who still come. Additionally, though, we are trying to get with the times, and I market a lot on social media. We market heavily for Yukon-based things. So we do have people who come in and say, "I heard there was a Yukon bar," and we serve, you know, the 2 Roads Yukon beer equivalent and stuff like that, where they go, "Oh, this is so cool. This isn't at all places." So it's a mix. It certainly helps that we have so many apartment buildings going up, and I'm from Shelton, a lot of Shelton people want to come through, but it is definitely expanding its reach, and this would help
How
us.
do you
now.
feel the parking downtown can accommodate?
Yeah.
Well,
This is a big investment for you, and the first thing your clients are going to start complaining about is the lack of parking down.
well,
Like everybody else does.
no,
Yeah. Okay, talk to that. Go ahead. So right now, there is no parking downtown for any of the bars.
Well, there is.
Well,
there
it's
is.
very limited.
There's a lot of public parking. It is not necessarily a stone throw away.
Well, it's
it is less than 0.2 of a mile. I'm a runner. I measure these things for sure. It's the Conti building parking lot is less than 0.2 of a mile from my building. There is paid parking in front of Porky's. There's wishes and dreams of a garage going up that I've heard things about.
That's
And we-
been improved.
Yeah.
Twice.
Well,
while
been
back.
improved
Yeah,
quite a
I
few years
can't
ago.
wait.
Yeah.
But and the post office in front of us as well. And various street parking. That's what we've relied upon. If there was the approved structure that people have told me about, that would only help it. But if people were to ask me, you know, hey, I wish it was so much closer, I'd say, yeah, me too. But as Rob said, I also have made a concerted effort, and my staff has made an effort to consider the fact that we do not have food, but we are friendly to people, one, bringing in outside food, and also encouraging people to do what some people refer to as the Center Street Shuffle. Yeah, come through, have a drink while you're waiting for the other restaurant to open up. Go on down to Porky's. Absolutely. Not necessarily a pub crawl in the sense of, you know, have a million drinks and whatever, but have dinner at Porky's. It is a good spot. I am friends with staff, patrons, Calaroso. A lot of my staff came from Calaroso. Kickstart Cafe. Friends with the owners, and we cater with them for many events. The same with the pub. So I would say that we understand our limitations, and we don't expect to hold people hostage considering the parking situation too. If you park at Conti building, check out Porky's on the way up.
Did you post notice of the public hearing?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am, that picture's in the file, I believe.
There's, 1, 2, 3, 18, over 20.
Yeah, we sent out 20 letters
Yeah.
in
Counted
250 feet. That's crazy.
today.
In closing, I just think that it's good for downtown. I don't think it's a bad thing. And the old bar is small.
Mm.
And it's, he bought a business to, have it.
Would you consider just doing one floor?
We might, but we really need the storage space for his office. He has nowhere, like he says, for clients. He has nowhere for,
One floor, eliminating the top floor would eliminate the window issue on that side building.
No,
Those 2 windows.
you have 2 windows.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's one below the other.
Be the second floor would be the window too.
but how does the window affect us if there's a 3-foot stairwell there already? We're not touching that building. We're not going over that stairwell.
It's a tunnel for those people who use that.
Well,
I don't know what kind of windows those are.
They look like regular windows. Some of these
Yeah.
have curtains in them.
The building official did not state anything along that line.
No concern.
We had no concern.
No, neither did
No.
the fire marshal.
No, the fire marshal only said we'd have to light if we put a roof over that stairwell, we would have to put emergency lighting there and we would have to light it so that you could walk down it at night. Which is better than that. That stairwell is it's common actually because it leads to the roof now for the bar. You walk up those stairs, you could turn left to get on the roof to when they used.
By the staircase?
That
Oh,
staircase, you walk up that staircase, you go to the back side of that apartment building, and if you go to the right, you can step on the roof, which has his air conditioning unit on it, and that's how he services it.
Oh, okay, but it's
For-
not
for now.
supposed to be for somebody.
So where would that
to
air
share.
conditioning, that air conditioning?
That,
would be put
that
on the
air
back
has to be
of
put on the back of the building, and we've
Not
talked,
Relocated.
no,
We actually set that up when we bought the barn, set up the HVAC,
Mhm.
or if there was ever to be an addition, it wouldn't be a major to-do to remove it, place on the building. That was taken into
yeah, we
account.
try to think ahead.
The fire marshal said there'd be fire separations by construction.
Yep.
Between the buildings on either side of the existing building, 3rd floor shall be restricted to storage and office use only as noted on the plan submitted. The occupancy can increase to 88 people, standing only, if an additional exit from the 2nd floor is installed. Remote from the other, which would require the exit to be in the front of the building.
So there will be, you can get off the balcony, but there are egress windows on the 3rd floor. So a fire truck could get you out of there.
So the second and third floor, basically, what is it, 600 square feet?
About 558, yes.
Right, okay. And the bottom floor is 900 square feet.
Yeah, but the bottom floor is part of the older building, which has a lot of columns and
No, I
different things in there if
understand
you've been in
that. I
there. So
understand.
it's,
Right,
The 2nd and 3rd floor won't be as deep.
Correct.
that is
yeah,
correct.
because you have the patio.
Yeah.
Right. And it'll be more open. We're gonna use more steel in the building but that's for the building department, but we use more steel, so there'll be no columns in the middle. It'll be more of an open space.
Mhm. Oh, you can see that on this one here.
Yes,
This is the back.
right.
That's the original building, that front to back. And this is
Mm-hmm.
that, the 2nd and 3rd
Correct.
floor will not be flush.
That's
Squared off.
Go
That
about
is
to where those columns are.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Have you talked to other bars and businesses downtown to see how they're doing right now?
Generally speaking, nothing beyond how's it going, and yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm someone who wouldn't necessarily want to share the details of my
I-
business.
I agree.
Better mousetrap, that's all I can say.
Well,
Because it's a big investment for you.
Yeah, that's-
Understood.
And
We're the
I hate
investment
to
in my
see-
eyes.
See, do this investment and then find out that the clientele
It's-
really isn't there.
Nope, understood.
well, I think with the town growing, especially downtown,
Mhm.
I mean,
we have
we're missing some of
That's what we were hoping. We were hoping that the apartments downtown would generate traffic within downtown, but it seems like everybody just
well, I think we're still missing,
gets back in their car.
I think we're still missing some things. I think, Al's Luncheonette that used to be down there when we were all kids if that was there right now, that would be a lot of people walking into it, little diner, stuff like that, little.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time when there was a pub on every corner. We all remember that, right? And grocery stores, right? So,
And to your point, on Canal Street alone, there's at least 2, unless I'm missing maybe 3 apartment buildings going up. So it's only going to get bigger. And 45 people capacity with the columns that create cavernous areas.
So
Very
your max
limited.
is 88 people?
well, that's what they're saying. That's what he's saying right now. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
What
Would be
The fire marshal said 88 right now,
Well, that depends on the square foot.
depending on how we set it up. That's standing room.
And you've got somebody that would monitor that, how many people are in that building?
correct. Well, correct. The idea that I had proposed restricting the area, that would be part of that would be staffing someone to monitor. At that point, it's too much for a bartender and 1 staff member to police people. So we have additional people.
All right, we need to move to the public portion since it's a public hearing.
Mhm.
And, so, are there any elected officials in the city of Shelton that are present here in the auditorium who wish to comment? I don't see any. Are there any elected officials participating remotely that would like to comment on this application? Please use Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9. And kind of a sign-in sheet over there.
Oh, right here. Double J's.
There's no one signed
Oh,
up.
good, okay. All right, and going back, there is no one that has signed up, here on the sign-up sheet. I'll final call anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this application, please step forward at this time. And if there's anybody participating remotely that would like to comment on this, please use Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9.
I've added in Macy Anderson.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, Marcy, go ahead, identify yourself for the record.
Hi, I'm Marcy Anderson. I'm actually the owner of Corm Avenue there, next door to the proposed addition to the bar.
What side? The light, the right or the left?
The right.
So the big blue apartment house?
The 6-family home, yes.
All right, go ahead.
So what is proposed this evening for this property? I was on earlier, but it wasn't on the agenda as of yet.
Sure.
No, it was on the written agenda, but we hadn't called it yet.
Oh,
Okay, so how much have you heard? Anything
I
at
was
all?
just in for the past like 5 minutes or so.
Okay, it's a application for a 2-story addition above the first floor. With on the second floor, an outdoor patio. The 3rd floor would be storage and an office space.
And where are we proposing that this outdoor patio be placed?
It's in the front over the entrance.
So it's in the front of the building?
Yes, in the front. of the
Okay,
building.
well, we do have tenants and we have family members that have lived in that home for many years. I do not think that this is a good idea to have this type of addition put next door. There's clearly windows on either side of the apartment building.
Go ahead.
Marcy,
That
can
would
you-
be right up to this proposed addition they want to do here.
Are you participating through a computer that you can see what's projected on the screen here in the auditorium?
Yes, I'm on a computer right now.
Okay. So you are on the city's website.
We are on the right.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you put up this on the diagram? There's several layouts here showing
Yes.
elevation and the 1st and 2nd floor, 3rd floor plan. On the bottom row shows a side view of the building, and it shows how far back over the existing 1st floor the 2nd and 3rd floors would.
Okay.
Public hearing open.
Okay, I would just request that this public hearing be kept open for right now, please, until I'm able to review these blueprints and what's being proposed here.
We'll take that under consideration.
Okay, appreciate it. And how can I get copies of these records?
You can, you're on the city website, you can go and print them out. If you call the office tomorrow, they can walk you through how to get to the particular page on the city's website.
Okay, great, appreciate it. I'm totally for opening businesses in town, but this is a little too close to the apartment building that we currently own. And I don't think this is very fair for the families that have been living in the homes with children.
Marcy, you should have received a notification of this hearing.
I did actually receive a notification. I was planning on being there earlier, but since the agenda was pushed down a little bit, I wasn't able to make it at this hour. So I'll review the documents that are on the record there, and maybe we can postpone this to another time.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks. Have a great night.
Two. Is there anyone else from the public? Okay.
Charles and Marshall Walker. They declined.
Okay.
No, what were they doing?
If there is anyone from the public participating remotely that would like to comment on this application, please use Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9.
All right, they are loading.
They're coming on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, identify yourself for the record.
Yes, I'm Charles Walker, and this is my wife, Marisha Walker here.
Of 69 Indian Mall Road, and we own the building
348-350 Coram Ave.
Okay, and what's your address again?
69 Indian Well Road in Shelton.
Oh, okay. Indian Welder. Got it.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you want to start with what you have here?
I think you could start with.
Yeah, I mean, this, while I can appreciate that our neighbors want to expand their business, unfortunately, I just don't see how this can be accomplished without having a significant negative impact on our adjoining property with regard to current and future property value, rentability, overall being of our property and our current tenant, all future tenants. I'd also like to comment on what the gentleman said regarding the window that we currently have on the right side of our building. I think he said something along the lines of they can build a wall there. We may or may not like it, but they can do that. First of all, we share a wall. And I believe we also share the foundation that's in the center there, because what you may or may not know is both of these buildings used to belong to the same family. It was one business at one time, and there is actually an opening on my side to go, or a doorway in the back right side on the first floor to walk into where the bar currently is. And there's, sheetrock and whatever is on the other side of that sheetrock separating the two of us. Noise has been an issue in the past, but when I bought this building back in 2010, I knew I was purchasing a building right next door to a bar, and I have not made one complaint with regard to any noise. When my tenants move in, they know they're moving in next door to a bar. And furthermore, when I purchased this building, because the first floor hadn't been used for any commercial purposes for several years prior to, Prior to the closing, I actually did go to the zoning board and just made sure that I would be able to utilize that first floor as a commercial space, for office space and what have you, should I, choose to do so, which I did get approval for. Now, with that being said, when the new owners of the bar to the right of us purchased that, um, when they purchased this building, they knew that it was a single-story bar and that there was no guarantee that they would ever be able to build a second, let alone a third story over top of that. And if that was something that they wanted to do, maybe they should have made that a contingency prior to closing as well. I just can't see putting, an additional floor directly above that, adjoining where there's already a shared wall, and how the noise is going to be controlled to a point where I can still maintain a livable space on the second floor there, where my tenants will be able to sleep at night and, maintain the quiet enjoyment that they have had, with the exception of the noise coming from the first floor, which again, it was a bar when I bought it. It's a bar now, and I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to change anything here. And I'm not just trying to, be a difficult neighbor, but I think anybody in my position would absolutely feel the same way. And, truthfully, we're not willing to give up the only window that we currently have on that side of the building, which provides natural light, provides fresh air, and is open most of the time, if you drive by the building. And furthermore, if they are allowed to increase this an additional 2 floors, parking was brought up before. And if you drive through downtown Shelton anytime after the post office closes and you try to find a parking space in that municipal parking lot that is public parking, and also the parking lot for the post office, good luck finding a spot for it. If we increase the capacity of the bar by an additional, 48 or 88 or whatever it is, where are people going to park? Are my tenants going to have a spot to park in that lot or directly in front of the building, as they should be able to? I understand it's first come, first serve, and parking for my tenants really hasn't been an issue. It's a single unit. There's usually, 2 people living there, and they haven't made mention of whether or not parking is an issue. But again, they know what they're getting into when they move into our property. If there's a balcony on the second floor there, and that's the other thing I wanted to ask too. Are people going to be permitted to smoke on that second floor in the open space out, in the balcony in the front?
Present all your questions and then the applicant has a chance to respond.
Okay. So if people are permitted to smoke on that balcony in the front there, and listen, I'm a smoker myself. I'm not trying to give anybody a hard time here, but would it really be fair to my tenants where you see fans in the windows there, where they're trying to get fresh air through the second floor? People are smoking. I mean, there's typically quite a few people smoking in front of the bar and in front of my building, for that matter. I mean, if you walk the sidewalk there, you'll see the ground is littered with cigarette butts, even though there is a canister. And I understand the owners can't, really control that. If people are going to go out and smoke, they're not going to go out there and make sure, oh, put your cigarette butts in this thing. That's common sense. Some people just choose to litter all over the ground there. And that's not really the main issue here. What I'm trying to say is, with even people smoking out in front of the bar, we have gotten some calls from our tenants regarding the smoke entering the second floor there. So if you have people right next door, which is, pretty much even with those windows there smoking, where's the smoke going to go? Naturally, it's going to go into the apartment there. So that's another issue. We haven't had a lot of, you know, incidents where there's been like a domestic disturbance with patrons in and out of the bar, but there was one prior to the current owners purchasing this bar where somebody was literally shot right in front of my building. This was about 3 years ago. I don't know why it was buried and why it wasn't in the papers, but I could show you the picture of the pool of blood right in front of the white door that you have there. And my tenant at that time was rightfully freaked out and ultimately did end up moving out. And I'm not saying everybody carries guns and there's going to be gunfights in the street there and stuff, but if you increase the capacity, threefold, that just increases the potential for I guess domestic violence at a drinking establishment or around it. And I have concern for my tenants with regards to that as well. It's, again, I'm not trying to be a bad neighbor here. I'm voicing my concerns, which is my right to do so, just as everybody else can. And I don't see how this is going to be a benefit to downtown Shelton either. It's just going to make parking more of an issue. And the noise is going to make my property unlivable going forward. Who's gonna?
Mr. Walker, you're well over the 5 minutes. Can you wrap it up, please, sir?
Yeah, I'm gonna let my wife just mention a couple of things here with regard to the current zoning regulations, the Shelton zoning regulations that she had found. So I'm gonna let her take over.
Yes, thank you, babe. So,
Identify yourself for the record, please.
all right, this is Marisha Walker, Marysia Walker, again at 69 Indian Well Road. And again, just to reiterate some of the points that my husband made regarding the window that is on that right side of the building. And if they do build the second floor, it will seal up and close off our tenant's window, which we are not willing to do. It provides ventilation, light, natural light, and they do have it open all the time. Anytime I'm there, it's open. It's always been used. And according to what I have found in the zoning regulations, on any lot, no dwelling shall be nearer to another dwelling regarding windows within a certain amount of distance, right? And then
And what is that distance? 25 feet or?
Are you reading from our regulations?
I am.
Okay,
On any
and
lot,
what
no dwelling.
where is that?
I'm sorry.
Section,
Section 2, page 11, ports and windows. On any lot, no dwelling shall be nearer to another dwelling than the average height of such dwelling. So now there's
prior to that paragraph, is there one that, not at the bottom of the page, but prior to that paragraph?
it's 24.9 ports and windows. Yeah. On any lot, no dwelling shall be nearer to another dwelling than the average height of such dwellings. There's going to be zero space there now. Right now, looking out that window, you see up the street, you see over the roof of the bar, you see all around. So that will eliminate that altogether, removing any ventilation or natural light or anything or privacy. The noise is a big issue as well. In terms of noise control, in section 3, page 33 at the top, which is 33.18.5, exterior lighting and noise control at the end. The installation of sound absorptive shielding on the site in the form of mounds, beams, vegetative screening, or other suitable noise barriers may be required.
And how do you have any of that when you have an open balcony right there?
Right.
It's not possible.
It will not be possible. While we have never complained to the current owners or prior owners, we have gotten complaints from our tenants in the past about the noise level, but it is a floor lower. But having a bar with the potential capacity of up to 88 people right there where they're living, sleeping, working, because they do work from home as well,
Our current tenants and our prior tenants have.
it will be completely disruptive and they're not gonna want to stay there, and how are we gonna rent this in the future?
And how is it also going to impact the value of our building in the future? There's no way to say that this is going to have a positive impact
We've
on.
already got 5 minutes. If your wife wants to continue, she's got a minute and a half.
I'm sorry. So then the last statement again is, on section 3, page 33.18.7, architectural and aesthetic capability, compatibility. The development shall not be hazardous or otherwise detrimental to the ongoing use or appropriate and orderly development of adjacent land or buildings. Again, this is something that we feel will negatively affect our value, impact the current well-being and livelihood of our current tenant and all future tenants for that matter.
Okay. Is that it?
Anybody would have with this building.
Okay, Mrs. Walker, is there anything else that you have?
Nope, that is it. I thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Castro, is there anybody else participating remotely?
No.
No. Okay, let me ask staff, there were 3 sections of the zoning regulations cited, 24.9, 33.18.5, and 33.18.7. Are they? Do you have a microphone?
33 is not for site plan application, so it's not relevant. They would have to reference section 31. But on 24.9, it says on any lot, no window in one dwelling unit shall face the window of another dwelling unit at a distance of less than 25 feet.
Okay, but are we talking, this is a site plan application, under Schedule A, use line 24 in a CP2 zone. Is that referring to residential, or what are we talking about?
That's just district requirements.
Okay.
General, in section 30.
We have no window on that side.
They have no window. And section 33 is for special exception application, so I wouldn't.
It's not relative.
Yeah.
Those are,
Not
yeah,
relative.
sections 33 are not relative to this. Okay. All right, I'll give you a final chance for any final comments.
Okay. So first of all, we don't have a window on that side, so there will be no window. We are not enlarging the footprint of the building at all. It is staying exactly as it is, just going up in the air. So to the building on the right, we are changing nothing about their stairwell or their windows. We're not getting any closer. We're not encroaching on them in any way. As for the building on the left, the buildings touch already. So we are doing nothing other than adding on as we can, or as we want to. As the smoking, they smoke outside. We have no way of stopping someone from smoking outside in front of their building. That's just.
Would be smoking in that patio area.
They could, because it's an outside area, but we are gonna strongly ask them not to. I mean, but they are outside. I mean, they could possibly, but you really can't control it. But it's outside. As for parking, there's no parking downtown, whether the bar is 1 story or 3 stories. Parking doesn't change. The people are coming. We've all known this for town. The town needs a parking garage. We're working on that. But the people walk from bar to bar. That's what makes downtown Shelton the neighborhood bars that we all want it to be. We're trying to make this town more user-friendly and people-friendly. So I don't see what parking is an issue. As for their tenant parking on the street, if he gets there before another car gets there, it's his spot. If not, it's downtown city street. There's no designated parking for them. That's called off-street parking. We don't have that. What we were willing to do for a couple of this, the building to the right, which I spoke to the husband or the son of the landlord, was build that porch for them. Next door, we asked them if we could help them out in some way. No matter what, the building, the window it's touching the building. I don't know how we can get around that. I mean, other than building our wall 1 foot off of it and letting them look at a window, look at the wall. Soundproofing, we could put soundproofing in the walls. It would help, but we're not open 24/7 and we're not open every day of the week. We're only open on weekends. We can't really help the fact that they work from home. I mean, that's what they do. So if the bar's open, the bar's open. We are not looking to cause trouble or create, we're not bringing bands, we're not bringing loud music. We're just bringing people to socialize. All we want to do is be able to socialize with a few more of our friends from the town. I don't see us any reason why this is not good for the city. And speaking on that, we can't stop progress. I mean, you would say that the building was there at that height in 1954. Well, the apartment buildings and all the other stuff around town were low then too. They've all gone up. We should be able to increase the size. And we are looking out to be part of our neighborhood. We're not looking to cause trouble. We're looking to make a good-looking building that fits into the core of the town. And you know, that's what we're trying to do. That's what I got to say.
Any final questions for the applicant from the commission?
I'll just have a comment and say, go back to your neighbors. See what you can.
Right.
Well, I will ask the neighbor on the right. Again, I thought I had some kind of an agreement with him that was only waiting to be done with a lawyer because we haven't gotten through this. So why go through all them steps? Just like the drawing. Why have a full set of drawings for you if we're not going to be approved?
Mhm.
But we don't see why we won't be approved because we're staying within the footprint of the building. We're welcome to your comments. Joe?
And with respect to that comment, I personally am willing to accommodate at our expense. But whether that, the building on the left, if that's a very nice skylight, they want natural light and they want ventilation, totally understand that. But right now that little window looks on our very outdated roof right at the side of another building. I'm absolutely willing at our expense to build something nice. So
I'm
I
just
am.
saying for your own future.
No,
yeah, for sure.
You're right.
You're right.
We did reach out to them. I did literally call Marissa. Well, I'm with Marissa never called back. I asked her to have her husband call me, meet me at the site. They didn't do that. I did call her. And as for Perry, I don't know what happened there.
Would you be willing to do it without the balcony? I think the balcony is a big concern to the residents that live there. Between noise, smoke, it could become a nuisance to the people that live there.
So it would be totally enclosed.
Colorado's balcony looks out over their parking lot.
It's on the side too. It's not in
Yeah,
the
it's on
front.
the side.
Housing nearby.
Corky's, I'm not sure that there's any residents with
Sure,
something like that.
there's apartments next door.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, both.
With
On
windows.
both sides.
Absolutely.
Both
But there's no,
sides.
the windows out front.
But there's a driveway.
I mean, I guess we could build a wall on that side of their building to stop what smoke goes where smoke goes.
Is there walls on your balcony?
But there wasn't. We weren't planning on, we were planning a railing, but if that was what's gonna
That's a
deter us
contingency.
from,
That's the
Being-
location of the walls that you're referring to.
correct.
Okay.
I mean, if we had to build a
Yeah.
a screen-like wall, out 3 feet, I mean.
What is the main driver for the balcony?
It's nice to hang out. People want to hang out in an outdoor space that, especially, when it's nice out, you don't want to be crammed inside the bar all day long. You want to go outside, enjoy the fresh air. That's
Everybody
the
likes to do
allure
that.
of why 3 bars downtown do have second floors that are exposed in some way to the air.
Previous tenant had a lot of people congregate on the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Which is an eyesore for me as well. To the neighbor's comment, I
I'm
don't.
not saying it's an eyesore, it's just.
No, but like having 10, 15 people at any point outside smoking, that we tried to, eradicate that as much as we could, and kind of controlling it in a way that was effective. I don't think it happens as much anymore. I'd invite them to ask their current tenants. But yeah,
And as for the shooting, I mean, that's just that happens. I mean,
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to give, the applicant appears to be willing to work with both neighbors. Does seem to be a factor here. I'd like to leave this public hearing open and give them an opportunity to speak with
Talk with their neighbors.
both neighbors there and possibly come back with some information. I think it's for me, it's gonna weigh heavy on my decision on both of these neighbors. It affects both these neighbors significantly. They're, one building connects, they share a sidewall with the existing, they would share a sidewall with the existing apartment. The other one is within 3-4 feet of 3 floors of an apartment. It's a significant change to those neighbors. So,
Are you making a motion to that effect?
yes,
So there's a motion made by Commissioner Cristiano to continue the public hearing for application 2429. Is there a second?
And to request the applicant,
I'll second that. It sounds reasonable.
chat with, come to some sort of.
You modify your motion?
Right, you want them to reach out, you're not just keeping the hearing open so they can come back and provide comment, you're asking the
It
applicant.
appears that the applicant is looking to work with both neighbors to come up with some kind of agreement or common ground.
We have reached out to them.
Right, I know. Well,
Charles
we're in the
and
middle of
Marissa, I'm sorry.
in the middle of-
I'm sorry.
So,
Try to come with some common ground of a plan here to better put themselves in a position for approval.
okay, is that a good second for you, Commissioner Kelly? Okay, so on the motion made by Commissioner Cristiano, seconded by Commissioner Kelly to continue the public hearing, do a roll call. Commissioner Parkins, Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto, aye, Commissioner Ticky,
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. And
If
this,
I may just add in that, I know we have holidays coming up,
Mhm.
but if this is your intention, we really have a short timeline to do this.
Yeah, when is the next
We're
meeting?
talking about the first or second meeting in January, but if this is not done by January 15th and you come to some resolution, we would recommend to either withdraw the application until we put everything together, or the recommendation we would make as staff to the commission is to deny it because we don't have enough information.
Or they could give us an extension.
We can do that too, but I would suggest to not sleep on this.
yeah, I'm sure that.
No,
I have a question.
Sure.
If the contingency or if it's contingent upon, like to hear us again, upon trying to find common ground with the neighbor, what obligation do they have to even listen? Because we tried to reach out in good faith, and on one hand, we may have made some sort of agreement in false pretense. On one hand, we received 0 feedback, and now it's a contingency to try again. They are, like you said, he's within his right. He's not being a difficult neighbor. He is within his right to not agree, but he's also within his right to completely ignore us.
Well, I think what I'm sensing here is that your chance of getting an approval is greatly improved if you have a good relationship with your neighbors.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say them showing up and speaking, and they're not completely against everything. I didn't get that.
But they've never reached back out to us.
Well, now they have through us,
Yeah.
so maybe they will.
And if they don't,
Well, they're probably.
That's what I mean. It's
they're
a
probably
contingency
listening, So they know
Right.
that this is their chance. If they want this to get denied, then
to ignore us.
they're gonna ignore you. So if
Right.
that's.
So to hear us again, though, to Alexandra's point, to hear us again, if it's contingent upon making every effort to in good faith reach out, they
I
still.
wouldn't say it's an approval
That
is
wasn't a-
contingent.
No, not approval,
Well,
to hear us again. It's to hear us again. The contingency was,
It's
try.
definitely been continued, and just come back at the point that it's on the agenda and report as to what has happened since the opening of the public hearing.
would you like us to send them a certified letter?
That might be a good idea. That's your choice.
to the 2 neighbors,
To the 2 neighbors,
Yeah, to do
to
property
prove
owners.
that
That's-
we've
to
made.
prove that we've
That
reached
is
out.
your choice. That if you feel that that's what would help your case.
Sometimes just talking with them really.
Okay.
Again, I agree. Nothing about this is about.
I understand, but I've called and I've texted him. I've got it on my phone 3-4 times. Have your husband call me. I'll meet him at the site to discuss it with him. I've talked to her. I literally talked to her and sent her the plans through her email, and they've never reached back
Sending a
out to us.
registered letter.
Okay, well, you didn't share any of that during the hearing.
Well, I didn't know that I was, I mean, I could show you all the text
I
messages
think it's only
from that
right
person.
Yeah, I think
Comment-
it's,
get it,
Whoa,
I
whoa,
get it.
whoa. The comments from, the abutters didn't come in until
No.
the end of the.
So you
hearing.
thought they didn't have any objections?
No, I thought they were just not responding to us and didn't care. I told her, when I spoke with her, I said, we would willing to do whatever it takes for the window. We were also willing to do something to the front of the building as it's kind of dilapidated and to make it look better, to look along us. What were you willing to do? I said, have your husband call me. Crickets, didn't hear a thing. So, I mean, I have text messages that say that I've reached out to them, and I reached out to the other neighbor. Right. And it is my fault that I didn't get a written thing from the Blue House. I did speak with them, and I thought I had an agreement with them because we needed some piece of parcel of land for our second form of egress behind them. And I thought I was all set, but a legal documentation. And obviously I was misinformed.
So you needed something from them, you need.
Well,
egress.
if we were gonna get a second form of egress, we wanted to egress back onto a piece of property that goes behind the building. And
Access.
in
Permission for access.
in doing so, we were willing to build a set of a roof down the stairs to make it easier for them. They don't have to shovel if they gave us this little piece of property. And that was all well and good. And all we had to do was fill out the legal document. But we didn't want to waste the time filling out legal documents until we were approved. So that's what we thought we had in agreement. Obviously, I will reach back out to them tomorrow. And I will reach out to them.
And all I'm
As for
trying
the
to-
windows,
I see it. This is to your benefit, not, in my opinion, this is my opinion. It is to your benefit not going to a vote today.
Yeah, I do too.
So
I
take it
understand.
as.
oh, yeah, no, I
take it as
understand.
a
I just want to know
benefit.
what
May I
our
say, Rob?
recourse is. Yeah.
All I was saying is, I'm not saying that reaching out to them is contingent upon approval. I'm saying Alexandria made a comment that we don't have a lot of time, so if we don't make contact, we should consider withdrawing the application.
You can
But
give us an extension,
Extension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you can grant us an extension to keep it going,
Keep it
so the
open.
clock doesn't run out.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a common practice. Especially with some of the applications that were on the agenda earlier.
The next public
understood.
notice
The
meeting
next
is when?
meetings in January are the 8th, 15th, 22nd.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Good night. All right, next is old business application 2416, Dominic Thomas for Daybreak Bridge LLC for text amendment to Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission Regulation 34.1. Is there a motion to accept the letter of withdrawal?
Make that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. And on a roll call vote, Commissioner Motto? Aye. Commissioner Cristiano?
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki?
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Next is application 2417, Dominic Thomas for Daybreak Bridge LLC at 85 River Road, Assessors Map 94, Lot 89 for Plain Development District for 20 townhouses and 21 bedroom units in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes 8-30G. Is there a motion to accept the letter of withdrawal?
I'll make that motion.
And is there a second?
I'll second it.
On the roll call, Commissioner Parkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly?
Aye.
Commissioner Motto? Aye. Commissioner Cristiano?
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion has passed by a vote of 6-0. Next item, agenda item is application 2418, Dominic Thomas for David Chukta for a text amendment to Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission Regulation, Section 35, Table 1. And I want to bring to everyone's attention and put it on the record the cut and paste for the previous application 2417 that was in the published agenda. I did a cut and paste mistakes. So 2418 is to accept, to review, discuss, and a possible action on section 35, table 1. Okay, it is not to accept the letter of withdrawal. It merged with item B, and it wasn't a standalone. So I apologize for that, but that was my bad. So on 2418, the public hearing opened August 28th, closed October 16th. How does the commission wish to proceed with this particular application? This is the one that has to do with removing the setbacks, eliminating it altogether from 75 feet to 0.
I don't feel we should remove the setback to 0. We should have some sort of a setback.
Okay, so is there a certain measurement you want to propose?
25 feet.
Okay, so there's a proposal from Commissioner Kelly that the setback be not eliminated, but just reduced to 25 feet.
What is it now?
Was it
75, they wanted to go down to 0.
What are the side setbacks? Do we call?
I thought it was, thought the setbacks were 20 feet with the standard setback,
Hang on a minute,
not 25.
here's the table.
So I could be wrong.
All right. R1, R1A, and R3. Lot frontage has to be 20 feet. Side setback for R1 and R1A has to be 15. For R3, it has to be 8. Rear setback for R1 and R1A is 30 feet. R3 is 20 feet. Front setback for R1 and R1A is 30. For R3, it is 20. The last line in the chart that this application is dealing with is the setback from the track perimeter property line. Right now it's 75, and they are requesting that it be brought down to 0. Does that help, Mr. Cristiano?
So was the application for which zones?
It is for R1, R1A, and R3. They cross out the whole line for those 3 zones.
I would agree. I know there was talk about up to or something like that, but
Yeah, that had been come up.
up to could be 0. So to me,
Mhm.
0 is the same thing as up to 75 feet.
Right.
I think there should be some setback.
So do I.
So how about,
So it's a combination, sorry.
Yeah.
It's a combination, so I think I'm in favor of the 20-foot minimum, but I don't feel comfortable possibly, I'm thinking about it, making a decision about all those zones. This is connected to application 24.
This is for a design residential development. It's just for that kind of proposal.
Yeah, but it
But don't
doesn't
we
it
still
change the
have-
setback to all 3 of those types of zones?
don't we still
Or should
have
we-
the option of making that setback larger than the minimum in a situation where it appears to be benefit? We still have the option of making it larger.
Case by case.
Yeah.
You do.
Mhm.
And I think the point of eliminating it is to allow maximum flexibility.
Yep.
So that any land that it's gonna be preserved would be in the right location. I mean, maybe it shouldn't be 0, but I think that's the point. We still can say, we want 75 feet, or we want, 20 feet.
And when you're talking about up to and from, you could start with a minimum of 5 feet up to, something like that.
Yeah, but
No
shouldn't be
less
0.
than 5. So that if you're worried about it being
No, that's the same thing as saying 5 feet. Minimum is the same thing as saying 5 feet.
Well, no, I'm trying to get away from you being worried about it, somebody coming in and saying, well, it could be 0 then.
But actually, that's not the application that's before us. The application before us is to eliminate it, to eliminate the 75 feet.
Right.
Right.
So are we changing what they're asking for?
No, actually, we can.
But then we're
according-
changing it for everybody.
Yeah, this would be a citywide kind of zone change. Text change.
Right.
Yeah, it's a text amendment.
I think there should be consideration of denying this application and the applicant on that particular application to explore other options to address some sort of variance in their project to obtain a 20-foot setback. But I'm not comfortable changing a requirement for the whole city.
When we don't know what impact it would have.
Right, we don't know if this is gonna impact one piece of property or 20 pieces of property.
But we still do have the option of requiring whatever kind of setback we want on any project. That's my understanding.
Not if we eliminate it. If we
No.
eliminate it in the text reg, in the.
Then they can come in with
No,
whatever
that's
they
a
want.
requirement, but that's a minimum requirement, but we can set our own requirements on any given project. Is that correct?
You have the option to negotiate.
Yeah,
Yeah, then why is there?
Especially in-
I'm just saying, I
so
think
why
the-
are we even
the
talking
point
So
about it?
are you in agreement with making the text change or no?
I am. I think it allows for more flexibility and that's the argument that's been.
But if it
presented.
says no setback, we can't say, well, you have to give us a setback. Because the regulations say they don't need a setback.
Yeah,
That's not what I understand, but.
they're requesting that the setback from the track perimeter property line, the boundaries of the outside of the property be eliminated altogether right now existing in a design residential development, 75 feet in zones R1, R1A, and R3. They want 0.
Well, how about 20?
Yeah, but then we're changing it for every time someone.
For a DRD, it is not,
But every DRD.
right. And how many DRDs have we
Of
got?
which they're gonna be
Yeah,
very
But
few.
it
DRDs
doesn't, but
are-
it doesn't matter. I
Two.
mean, there's another avenue for the applicant to come and ask for an exception to that particular piece of property. They go to ZBA and ask for a particular exception.
Ms. Castro, what's the due date on this one that we have to decide on?
20th.
The 20th, okay. Only because would you reach out if the other commissioners agree to the applicant to ask for an extension, and you do some research for January 8th and discuss with Corporation Council
What are we discussing?
as to what the number of properties in town that this could affect. You have to have a certain amount of acreage for DRD, right?
Well,
Yeah, you do,
Yeah.
except that
It's 10.
that could vary by the open space that's being provided.
There are a lot of
There's
variables.
variables.
Mm.
But from what we've been
That's
told
what
by
I-
applicants, the
yeah.
DRD isn't really applicable to very much in the city of Shelton,
Well, then you know what? Then-
especially with that setback. So
I want to
while-
know if we can require more of a setback in a given situation than that minimum.
Why don't we ask?
So we, could- I mean,
Corporation
it could
Council
be
for an
minimum
opinion?
up to 75 feet. Because that's what was first floated was up to
Well,
75
what's the
feet.
but
minimum?
if it
now?
was,
That's
but
what
if it's that easy
Teodoso
to change
suggested.
the setback, then applicants wouldn't be coming to us today asking for us to change the 75 feet to a lower number.
Mhm.
it was that easy for us to change numbers. It's not.
I'm sorry, I'm too tired.
It is late.
I really can't.
So
It is-
staff can,
I was
ask
Swimming. I
Corporation Council to look over this particular proposal and issue an opinion as to the concerns that, you know. All right. So
We always
this,
had to, we have timelines for our guide, but you can't change a zoning regulation as a practice. The timeline doesn't. We can't change our zoning regulations if we don't vote by a certain.
right, yeah, it doesn't automatically
Get automatically
approve. Yeah.
Also tired, I couldn't get the word automatic.
Okay. All right, so moving on to,
See what happens when we don't have more than one meeting a month?
I know, but it's the holiday. Application 2420 Dominic Thomas for Crown Point LLC at 0 Bridgeport Avenue and 48 Long Hill Crossroads, Assessors Map 50, lots 15 and 16 in LIP zone for Plan Development District for mixed-use commercial development to include a hotel, restaurants, grocery, and retail. Is there a motion to accept the letter of extension for the continuation of the public hearing?
Wait, I thought that was, oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to extend that extension.
Okay.
Second it.
All right, on a roll call, Commissioner Parkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
Commissioner Motto.
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano.
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. Next is application 2428, 390 Shelton Avenue, B Wiz LLC. At 390 Shelton Avenue, Assessors Map 89, Lot 29, in an R1 zone for a planned development district on 5.42 acres for 56 residential units under Connecticut General Statutes 8-30G. Is there a motion to accept the letter of withdrawal?
Make the motion.
Okay, motion from Commissioner Kelly, second, please.
Commissioner Parkins?
Okay, on a roll call, Commissioner Motto.
Aye.
Commissioner Cristiano.
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki.
You're on.
Commissioner
Aye.
Tiki.
Sorry, can you hear me? Aye.
Commissioner Parkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. All right, we're moving now into the public portion. If there is anyone here in the public that would like to make a comment, please approach us and see that we have somebody ready, willing, and able.
Well, it's Thomas Arvidsson. How's this one? You good? Thomas Arvidsson, 15 Suncrest Drive. That's seldom I do a public portion after 11 p.m. So,
There's a first time for everything.
well, you
Yes,
know,
so.
maybe we need to meet multiple times a week.
It's the
Please, come on.
You guys are volunteering, and it's a very growing community. You made the commitment to serve.
Yes, and
And
we
we
have.
are
I think we
here.
do it well.
I appreciate it.
All right, go ahead.
Just quick,
Mr. Conlon.
a couple of things I noted. As I came in a little bit later than your starting time, the handicap access door was locked. That shouldn't be. And
We don't control that.
you should tell them as city staff that make sure that the handicap accessible door is open for your meetings.
Okay.
Also, I used to be secretary at Highland Golf Club, and I just noticed there's not one sprinkler in this room.
That's true.
That you
I don't
need to
think
bring
there's a
to
sprinkler in the
the
building.
attention of the building
Uh,
person.
Perhaps the attorney in the back can bring that to their attention. Also, the
Do
handicap.
you have any planning and
Oh, I
zoning?
do, but the fire extinguisher is missing over there too.
Look, it's Mr. Harbinson.
Well, you're
You're
a
here for
volunteer as
planning and
well, aren't you?
zoning.
I'm just observing things since,
I would suggest that you contact the mayor's office. Go ahead.
I will. Just want to encourage that a town planner be hired. I think it would be very helpful to your proceedings. Some of the public here were speaking about open space in a incorrect manner. There's permanently protected open space. There's raw land, there's private land. I understand the characteristics may be interpreted as such, but I would encourage all members to read our open space plan, particularly our Ivy Brook Greenway corridor, and that there are numerous parcels still remaining to be preserved in that corridor. Item C, talking about assisted accessory dwelling units. In my neighborhood, I have 3 homes with second driveways. the cars parked in the street, and it has changed the character of my street that I've lived on since 1965.
This is, whoa. The public portion is for a public, member of the public who would like to comment on an item not on the agenda. So if you wanted to bring that up, you should have
It doesn't
done
sound like
so.
he's not commenting on that
What,
application.
ADU?
I didn't say anything about a specific application for an ADU.
No.
Well, you're talking about ADUs and we had ADUs on there.
Yeah, you mentioned in tonight's meeting that there's some regulations that you need to review regarding ADUs. I'd certainly like to offer that there was a house on 36 Lynn Terrace, which is a couple of houses away from me, that sold, was listed for $699.9 in June, sold for $800,000.
And what's that got to do with anything?
1 month later, it was renting for $6,500 a month.
And
It has 2 driveways, an accessory
point
dwelling unit.
is-
And so I would think that deed restrictions on accessory dwelling units would be helpful to ensure that they don't get rented out on Zillow.
Yes.
Item D. Up until about 5 minutes ago, you had 3 applications pending for the same parcel of land. Can you do that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. There is a application, 2407, that was denied on August 14th. And you voted to write an unfavorable letter. It has now been 4 months. I have not seen or heard of that letter.
That's correct.
Is that
Still-
customary to wait 4
still-
months for a letter
It
to
is
say
still
denial?
an open application, Mr. Hawkinson.
Yeah, but your commission decided, matter of fact, it was Commissioner Parkins who said that a PDD was not applicable for that location.
I've never
And so-
heard of us having a restriction on how long.
To write a denial letter when you voted deny.
It's not a denial letter, it's a resolution.
So a resolution to deny, you could maybe do that 2 years from now. I mean, let's be respectful. I mean, applicants are coming here and making applications and months and months go on with extensions and so on. I don't think that's good for the economic development of the city.
Well, if you were the applicant, I could see why you would be complaining, but you're not the applicant. And so if the applicant's not complaining to us and is giving us the time that we feel we need to have that resolution written, then that's time it's taking.
In this, I can understand that, but in this particular case, they have had 2 further applications that they've applied for the parcel recognizing your denial letter.
You're not closed down from submitting an application. Just
Sure.
because you have something else. So,
Okay.
go ahead.
I think it would be important for the commission to have some advice from legal counsel regarding what spot zoning is. There are things such as zoning overlays, a special development area, or an aquifer protection area. I'm familiar with some things in Ireland, such as green belts, special scientific interest areas, or areas of outstanding natural beauty. This is different than a floating zone, like a planned development district. So I think you should review what the concept of spot zoning is.
Do you have a particular project in mind?
Yes.
That brings it forward? What's that?
I don't think I can speak to that because it was on your agenda,
All right, very good.
but you can refer to the town of Southington versus Domick regarding a zone change that are referred to as spot zoning.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I think you should ask for council's review of that. I think it would benefit you greatly and to the community.
Mhm.
Thank you
That's it?
for now.
Okay, so one.
Have a nice
Is there
holiday.
anybody else from the public that would like to comment on anything not on the agenda? If there's anyone on the participating remotely that would like to comment on any item not on the agenda, please use Zoom's raise your hand feature, dial *9. Anyone there, Mrs. Castro? No, there is. Okay.
They're all asleep.
And okay, 11:30. All right, we'll be done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda is other business comments from the chair and subcommittee chair. The only thing I have to say is that the Shelton Economic Development Commission met yesterday, but I was unable to attend the meeting. Commissioner Amato, do you have any comments regarding the zoning subcommittee? No. Okay, thank you. Ms. Castro, do you have any staff comments for us?
No, but I would like to add that I received an email from Mr. Colangelo, who was an applicant for a COC application, and sends his sincerest apologies. There was a lot going on at the restaurant today, and he could not get away, and he apologizes and wants to make sure everybody knows that it wasn't intentional.
Okay.
He saved us 15 minutes.
All right, next agenda item is a discussion about two items came to my attention regarding the 2025 meeting dates that we approved on November 13th. For a number of years, we've been identifying our second and third meetings of the month as special meetings. In speaking with Mr. Russell Blair, FOI's Director of Education and Communication yesterday, I learned that that is technically incorrect. Mr. Blair indicated that all of the meetings on the list that we are required to file with the town clerk for a calendar year are considered regular meetings. If a regular meeting has to be canceled and rescheduled, the rescheduled meeting is identified as a special meeting. And the second item is that on our list of 2025 meeting dates, the first meeting of February was to be on the 12th. And at the time, we overlooked the fact that that will fall on Lincoln's birthday, which is a state holiday, and City Hall is closed. So we need to come up with a new date. One option would be to do the first meeting for the month of February, the week before, which would be February 5th, or the day after, which would be Thursday, February 13th. Whatever date we choose, according to Mr. Blair, it would be considered a regular meeting. So on what date does the commission wish to schedule our first meeting in February? And as a reminder, our January and February meetings are all Zoom.
I would say the 7th, so we keep it on the Wednesday.
Yeah, the week before there's the 5th.
Yeah. Oh, 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Well, 4 weeks in a row.
Oh, the way the cookie crumbles
Then we'll
sometimes.
have a break in between.
So the Wednesday before or the day after?
Wednesday before.
Wednesday before?
Wednesday before it works.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tiki. Commissioner Parkins? The Wednesday before or the day after?
Is that my birthday?
You know what my birthday is?
January 8th. I know when your birthday is. It's the same as
So
my
I'm
mother's.
here on my birthday, so I have to stop
I'm
your
sorry,
stuff.
I'm
then.
starting to
Mine
lose
was
it.
yesterday.
That's right. Okay,
All right, what are we talking
are
about?
we can't do it on the 12th. Do it the Wednesday before the 5th or the day after the 13th.
What month are we in?
February. We're getting punchy.
I'm available on the 5th.
Okay, Commissioner Cristiano.
Sure.
Okay, all right.
Just remember, it's all Zoom, so.
It's all Zoom anyways. All right, so we've come to consensus that the first meeting for the month of February will be on the 5th. And I just need a motion to revise the original 2025 meeting list to include that February 5th will be our first meeting in
I'll make that
February.
motion.
Motion is from Commissioner Kelly and seconded by Commissioner Amato. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is passed by a vote of 6-0. And the final agenda item is approval of meeting minutes. Anyone have any comments or changes for November 13th?
Under applications of certificate of zoning, the first one, playables. I would just say the motion made by Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Christie, to approve the sign with the descriptive text removed. Because if somebody were to just read this and not watch the video, they wouldn't know that we,
Remove the text.
the motion didn't indicate what the discussion up above it was.
Okay.
So just add with the descriptive text removed.
Makes sense.
At
Yeah.
the end of the first sentence motion made.
Okay.
That was the only comment I had. Because somebody reads it and they think, oh, we got it proof, we don't take off the text.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Cristiano to approve the sign with the descriptive text removed.
Correct.
Got it. Okay,
That's all I have. Otherwise, I'll make a motion to
approve as,
approve those
with
minutes
changes.
as amended.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve
I'll
the
second it.
November 13th as amended from Commissioner Parkins, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. On the motion to approve with changes, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record show the vote was 6-0 with no commissioners voting nay and no commissioners abstaining. Does anyone have any comments or changes for the November 20th minutes? I do not.
Me
Is
too.
there a motion to approve the November 20th minutes as submitted?
I'll second it.
Okay, so on the motion to approve made by Commissioner Cristiano, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
I
Any,
need to abstain.
okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so, let the record show the vote was 5-0-1 with Commissioner Parkins abstaining. All right, before we adjourn, I'd like to wish everyone on the commission and all our staff a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Thank you for your dedication to the commission. And I look forward to continuing our work in 2025, beginning on January 8th.
On your birthday.
My birthday. And seeing that there's no other item on the agenda, the chair declares this evening's meeting is adjourned as of 11:18